Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everybody, and warm welcome to this council meeting. Welcome to members of the public who are in the chamber, also to councillors and staff and media who are here. Welcome to those who are joining us online. Today's council meeting, we've got a number of items that we are going to move around just to try and make sure that we have adequate time for some of the more major topics, including the long-term plan, which we'll be discussing in some detail. So just acknowledge that, and as always, just ask councillors to be to the point and succinct as much as possible, please. We've got a couple of members for the public forum, a couple of speakers for there, so we'll get on to those very shortly. So first of all, just ask, are there any apologies? I think we have an apology for lateness from Councillor Percival. You're happy to accept that, Councillor Hopkins?
No.
Councillor Blackler, second that. Thank you. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Do we have any declarations of interest? There are none. Okay, so moving on to the public forum, and welcome Andrea Naylor and Grant Notman. Thanks very much for coming in. And when you're ready, just if you press the, you know which button to press even, so away you go.
Okay,
Thank you, Andrea.
So, hi, well, I'm Andrea Naylor, so I'm current president and life member of the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club. And with me is Grant Notman, who is also a life member of our club. We're here to share our views on the review of the Waitaki District Council operating budget, and in particular, the lease of the car park owned by the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club and the Scottish Hall. The council's been leasing this from our organisation for decades now, and I believe it was then set up due to the increase in tourist numbers visiting the historic area in Oamaru, including Tyne and Harbour Streets. Since this time, the car park has been used by a lot of domestic and international tourists. Often there's camper vans, rental cars, and vehicles of many visiting families parked in our park at Oamaru. People working in and owning the businesses in the local area also use it, as it's safe, it's free, it's long-term, can be used all day and any day. This leaves the streets around their businesses for short-term parking. Interestingly, there are a lot of council staff and council vehicles using our car park on a daily basis. This arrangement of community use of a privately owned land has been mutually beneficial, as our sports are mainly played in the evening, and so for public to use it during the day, it's a great use of a resource. So what does council get out of it? People visiting the town park there and contribute to our local economy. Yes, there are a lot of parks around Scott's Brewery, but that doesn't suit all. And the proof of this is the fact that our car park has plenty of cars in it every day. This car park provides parking during the many popular events which happen in the area: Victorian Heritage celebrations, Jazz Festival, Steampunk. These are not our events, they are community events. Our car park supports the community. The staff running and using businesses, including restaurants, cafes in the area, all use it. These businesses are providing something for our visitors to do, to experience, and to spend their money on while they're in Oamaru. So again, it's a contribution to the economy. We were lucky enough to be involved in the Netflix production. We were lucky enough to have the Netflix production team using our facilities, including the car park, at the end of last year and early this year. We joined with others in the community to benefit from the council-supported group coming to town, and we hope for many more of these ventures. Of course, Squash and Badminton Club members use the car park while playing our sports. This is not just our weekly events, but also our tournaments we run. The participants in these tournaments in turn use accommodation, they eat and drink in town. So again, contributing to the economy. We are aware that as elected councillors, you have chosen to support many sports in the Waitaki. Council provides sporting fields. You contribute towards tennis courts, mountain bike tracks, and so on. And I'm not sure what the figure is that the council was contributing to the new sports stadium. And this is great. It's great for the sports people involved, and it's great for the town. But like other sports clubs, we not only play the sport, but we have junior programs, women's events, daytime activities, which suit the older folk and the homeschooled children as well. Our club has in the last year benefited from the explosion in popularity of pickleball, and this sees our hall being used every single day of the week and filled with much laughter. So by contributing to our car park, council is contributing to squash, badminton and pickleball. It would not be fair if our sports were to miss out when other codes get the support because we don't get and don't ask for other support. A further point that you may not be aware of, and if I had more time, I would have brought some statistics, but the multicultural aspect of our club. Oamaru people playing our sports of squash, badminton and pickleball are from Filipino, Indian, many Pacifica cultures, South African, Chinese, American, Australian, obviously including Māori and European Kiwis. There is of value to the whole multicultural community. Should council be supporting that? Of course. I've been talking to a representative from the Scottish Hall, and as we all know, they also contribute to the culture of Oamaru with their variety of activities. The Scottish Dancing, Highland Pipe Band, musical theatre, dancing events, and many other special interest groups. They would also be aggrieved by this review of the lease. Our club has history. We're the second oldest in the country. Our forebears used blood, sweat and fundraising to make the club what it is, with our 4 courts, 3 badminton courts, a large bar and kitchen area. We need this income to keep this lovely old building alive. This upkeep's not cheap and it's not easy. Councillors would need to consider the consequence of not having this park available to the public. The Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club would have to consider closing accessibility to the public, as we could not maintain the park with the high volume of public use. This would seriously and adversely affect local businesses, but absolutely could be a consequence. So in conclusion, if the car park is of benefit to the whole community and it's used by the community, therefore it should be contributed. There should be a contribution from the community. I see that as your elected councillors, you have a responsibility to support all businesses, all visitors, and the local ratepayers. This lease actually ticks all of those boxes. Council should support all sports and all cultures within the community, not just a chosen few. Therefore, council should support the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club and the Scottish Hall by continuing with this lease. For the council and for our club, this car park lease is a win-win. Do any councillors have any questions?
Thanks very much, Andrea. Just check, Grant, did you have anything you want to add at the moment? Okay, go straight to questions. So, Councillor Blacklow.
Thank you. I just had one for Mr. Cook. Is there any reason why we couldn't incorporate the pay-by-plate rollout into that space to recoup some of the costs for the grant and possibly incorporate some sort of site-specific permit for paid-up members to either organisation?
Response to Councillor Bradley's question, yes, that's something that could be looked at. I don't know whether we'd recover the investment of the machine in there or not, given the number of spaces. But it's something that we'd have to do some maths on.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, thank you for the presentation. Just correct, I want to go back a little in history and see if I've got something right or wrong. Am I right in assuming that the squash club was invited right at the outset to actually participate in and be part of the sports and event centre, and you chose not to do so but to stay in the building? So you're there by choice, is that correct?
We were invited and yes, we made that decision to not be involved in that. There are many factors involved in that, which is probably a bigger discussion than here. One of which is the unique nature of that beautiful building that we have. So that's one of the factors. And what value that has though economically if we were to sell it to move to a new building. So those were all big unknowns. We also have plenty of experience in seeing other clubs throughout the country where they have joined larger facilities and they lose their autonomy, they lose the ability to have their own functions because of commercial restaurants or bars being involved, and lose that club feel. So at this stage, that was not an option for us. We certainly wanted to be involved in future-proofing your new building so that if things changed in the future, then that may be a possibility.
Just time for one quick
Quickly, how
one.
many people are playing pickleball weekly, please?
It varies from sort of maybe 40 people to, maybe 20 some weeks. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nothing else. I'll just run very, very quick one now. Tim.
Just in respect to the question I asked of Mr. Cook, is that something that obviously it's a high level discussion point and not something that's been worked through, but that kind of scenario, is that something that you feel the clubs might be interested in discussing further?
As a club, we're open to discussing any options and all options, but we want it to be a discussion and an open discussion, not just a fait accompli.
Thanks very much, Andrea and Grant. Appreciate you coming in today and sharing your thoughts with us. So, thank you. Next we have Ray Henderson, who's going to be speaking, I think, about Waitaki District Health Services Limited.
Morning all, back again. Or back always. Waitaki District Health Services Limited. All right, as a CCO or a company under the council banner, I can understand and accept that obviously it has to be wound down or wound up, depending which way you go, because all it is basically collecting lease and looking at maintenance of the buildings that it owns. So that's fair enough. The Waitaki District Health Services Limited Trust, I think, is a different beast. I'll call that the Waitaki Trust from now on, because I see that as a charitable arm that was separate from the hospital operations to be able to raise funds, etc., as a charity and not be subject to the rigours of some financial institutions. There was a situation some years ago where I think there was community fundraising to put a scanner into the hospital, and I'm assuming, this is a big assumption, that when the Observatory Village was set up and the hospital was still in existence, so all those mechanisms were there, that there was a mission statement such that when the Observatory Village found themselves with surplus funds that they could distribute to the area, it was going to go into the Waitaki Health Services. Now, was that going to go to the Waitaki Trust to administer? And is that still in place? Is that the mechanisms in place? So what happens if the Waitaki Trust disappears? Is it envisaged that the Observatory Trust takes over that role by default? And then it becomes the Observatory Trust is looking after the health services, not the Waitaki District Trust. I look at that as, from a community point of view, I'm sure that the Waitaki Trust has in the past received bequests through wills, etc., for ongoing funding for required services. Will that money be incoming to the Observatory Trust? Would that attract the same interest? Or will we suddenly see that money dry up? I don't know how much coming in at the moment, but will it seem a bit too distant for a bequest to go to the Observatory Trust? And are we cutting off a financial arm? So I really think that the Waitaki Trust should still continue in existence, not under the council, because at the moment you're looking at sort of ring fencing the money that's there. I don't know what it is, say 350,000 or something like that. It's not very much, but with the income from the Observatory Village, it could be quite substantial. You could be looking at a trust that can be invested and build itself up so it can cover requirements for community services. So I see that being distanced from council, being administered. Okay, you're going to have a board looking after it, but maybe there'll be a voluntary board. They won't take a fee, so there won't be costs like that. Hopefully, as a financial body distant from council, it won't be subject to the exorbitant audit fees. So we could avoid all that. So it could be quite a good standalone financial instrument that should still be there, unless you really think that it's going to be best done by Observatory Village. But is that going to serve our community the best way? I mean, it depends how strong the mission statement that Observatory Village have in place. So that's what I'm looking at. And also, as a health services, I believe it's involved in looking at things like getting the health shuttle up and running to Dunedin. That's a health operation, obviously. The future expectation would be there'll be a shuttle service to Dunedin, but whether that's outside the mission of a health services trust, because it's now becoming a general transport, that may not sit too well. But certainly, I still see it should be a separate body to be able to provide those facilities that are needed.
Thanks, Ray. I guess what we could say is we're looking at the future of the trust as well as the company. We are trying to cut the ties between council and the retirement village, because currently the Auditor General has determined that they are financially entangled, and so that leads to higher costs for the retirement village for audits and things than what it would require, plus a whole lot of reporting that wouldn't be necessary. As far as the trust goes, there's certainly been an offer made to St John around some of the funding. As far as the remainder of it, the purposes of Waitaki District Health Services Trust are very similar to the Observatory Retirement Village Trust. So there is discussions going on around, do we need that duplication, or actually are we better to put it into one resource? So there's certainly along the lines of your thinking, there's some work going on. I'll just check with the chair of the trust, who happens to be sitting beside you. Simon, do you have anything else to add on the matter?
Very little, other than to say that as part of us looking at the winding up of Waitaki District Health Services Limited and the trust associated with it, we're obviously getting the right kind of legal advice to help things out. Your comment around a voluntary board on a standalone trust reducing costs is absolutely valid, but we have also got advice that there are financial costs just to continuing to run these things as well. And so what we want to do is make sure that whatever we do it in a way that means that any dollars that are sitting in there are dollars that are going to the community, not dollars that are going to the accountants.
Okay, that's fairly acceptable. But if it's envisaged that the Observatory Trust is going to do the job that the Waitaki Trust was doing, I think that needs to be made clear to the public, that anybody who is still keen to leave their money and their will to the trust, don't put it that the Waitaki Trust is disappearing. Say that its function is moving, and that the Observatory Trust is the place to go to, so we don't miss out on that.
Some very good points, particularly how we can grow the funding, which has been relatively static, and that's certainly one of the reasons for looking at changing it, is that there haven't been any other contributions coming into the trust for quite some time. So making sure there is an avenue and an opportunity for people to support, that's a really good suggestion. So thank you. Any other questions? I better check on councillors. Okay. What we're going to do now, councillors, is move to item 6.1, the key directions for the 2025-34 long-term plan. We will leave the minutes and the recommendations from committee reports till the end of the public part of council. So that we can actually be very focused on some of the bigger work we need to do, which is really around the long-term plan and its accompanying policies that we need to approve as well. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Palmley just to introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. So yes, whilst we still have the formal step of adoption to go in June, this council meeting effectively brings to an end more than 20 months of work on the 25-34 long-term plan and budget and associated policies and strategies, and is a critical step in the final stages of that long-term plan. We started this process of looking at long-term plan in 2023 and then deferred finalising the plan under the local water done well legislation that enabled us to delay and understand how the water reforms would impact us. And whilst we've got more clarity about the water reforms, it's not eased the financial challenge for at least the first 2 years of this now 9-year long-term plan. While the 2025-34 long-term plan will not be put to council for adoption until June, council needs to make any final decisions on operating budgets, proposals and other matters at this meeting to feed into that final plan. This will enable that final plan to be audited and be presented to council at the end of June. If we're unable to get matters agreed today, then there is a significant risk that we will not be able to present an audited LTP to you at the end of June, and therefore we won't meet the statutory deadlines that are set out in the report. So we spent many hours together in this council chamber, understanding the position of council financially, the policy drivers, the cost drivers, external factors impacting us, and the options we have. We considered all the significant forecasting assumptions and the key LTP topics for council, our communities and districts. We scrutinised where the potential investment and project choices for roading, waters, property and other services are, as well as requests from groups in our community. We've considered the impact of water reforms on our council and community and the programme for that and how we keep that manageable and affordable, recognising that the water reforms and the need to meet the standards are our biggest cost driver, as it is with every council in the country at the moment. And we've held extensive consultation with our community, including the many community drop-in sessions, Facebook Live sessions, fit stops, the bus tour, and extensive use of social media and media to attract what was a record response, which took us a step forward towards our transformation goal of engaging our community better. And this has shown that many in our community are concerned about increasing costs, but they also value many of the services we provide and the infrastructure we hold and need to invest further in. We've been through all the operational budgets for the different council teams, which have undergone extensive change through our transformation programme. And we've explored lots of other options for getting the rates rise down, whilst also being aware of the long-term impact of these options on our districts and communities. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. This is the most challenging financial environment councils have faced in this country for decades. Significant inflation in our costs of replacing infrastructure at a time when we're being required to invest significantly more in water to meet the legal standards and deal with ageing infrastructure has placed a huge financial burden on this and every council. And it comes at a time when our communities are facing financial pressure too. Across the country, all councils are having to make difficult choices around what they are required to do, what their communities want them to do, and what their communities can afford them to do. And because of this, tough decisions are needed to be made. Understandably, the discussions have been challenging at times for all of us, but they've always been in the spirit of getting the best result for our district and for our community. And so to that end, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Councillors for the huge effort and time you've put into this LTP budget process and the many hours you've spent here and poring over the information that's been supplied to you. And also thank the staff across the organisation for the support for this intensive process, which has really challenged every part of the organisation. In particular, Ms McIntosh and Ms Nichols for the work you've done and led with your teams, which has been considerable to support this process. We now need to move to conclude the LTP budget process and make decisions on the key directions and other issues in this report. The report takes account of the work and deliberations to date, together with the associated workshops. And whilst the proposals now set out less of a rate rise than we consulted on, this is still higher than many in our community and around this council table would want. But we need to be clear that the rate rise reflects the increasing costs we face, especially from the need to invest in water to meet the legal standards and deliver the services and infrastructure our district needs. And the rate rise has been reduced significantly by cutting investment in other things that many in our community would want us to deliver. There's much information that sits behind this that we've been through over the past months, but now, having considered the masses of information, which has been sometimes overwhelming, there is a need to progress the decisions that need to be made today so we can conclude this process. I'll hand over to Paul, if you want to add anything to that. Shaking your head. Mandy.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. Thank you for that introduction. As Mr. Palmley said, this is a really important stage of getting the LTP adopted for our community and some decisions made for the 9 years ahead. We'll take the report as read. There is an attachment that just put a piece of paper on your desk, which is just basically taking from the report the recommendations and the stages which each of those attachments refer to, related to recommendations 1 to 3, recommendation 4, to assist the chair in moving through that paper as efficiently and effectively as possible. Amanda will talk through attachment 1, which is probably the key one, which identifies the rate changes and movements that we've gone through over these last 20 months and where we started, where we're at now. So we'll just work through that course of stages, and I'll hand it over to the Mayor to talk through process.
Thanks very much. And probably just as my own introduction to this, just acknowledge all the words that Mr. Palmley has said, all the work that's gone into this, and we'll see how we go for this next hour also as we work through all these documents and so on. It's been very challenging. This has been one of the toughest long-term plans I think we've had to do, and that's reflected right around the country with some of the pressures that are happening with the changing standards and service levels and so on that we've all got to face. So yes, we definitely have got still some work today to do, but today is the last opportunity to really make meaningful change before we adopt the long-term plan later in June. So just a reminder on that, councillors, that we need to work through with purpose and with the intention of getting this as good as we can get it. Spent a lot of time doing that up to now, and today is the opportunity just to nail it home. So with that, I'm just going to go to any particular questions. So Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, look, I have one. Mr. Palmley mentioned the fact that rates increases unpalatable to many people in the community, or proposed rates increases unpalatable to many in the community and around the table. But he said today is the last day we can make changes, and any further delays could see us not meeting our statutory requirement to have the plan adopted by 30 June. My question is, what are the actual implications of that, other than audit tagging the LTP and saying you didn't get it there in time? My understanding is that that's it. And if we're willing to accommodate that sanction or criticism or comment in exchange for spending a bit more time pruning some unpalatable budgets, can't we do that?
Mr. Palmley.
So the inability for a council to set a budget is one of the key criteria for ministerial intervention. The minister has a variety of choices. Where there were concerns about the budget in Wellington, you've seen recently the minister intervened to send a Crown Observer. In some councils where they haven't been able to set budgets, it has eventually led to the process of the council being replaced by commissioners. So to be clear, not being able to set a budget would be something that the minister would take interest in and could intervene in, has the legal powers to intervene in.
Supplementary. if I'm correct, the problem would arise simply because audit would say we haven't had enough time to actually review your LTP and impose upon you our edict that you can't make any further changes other than minor editorial changes as referenced in the recommendations on page 21. I mean, if we're saying that between now and June 24, we might want one more meeting, this is entirely at our discretion. But if we were to say that, essentially the problem would be with audit, not with us, would it not?
No, the problem would be squarely with this council. It is our requirement to get the information to the auditors so they can audit it in time to be able to meet the statutory deadline that's set for setting a long-term plan and present an audited long-term plan. It sits with us to be able to deliver the information they require in time to make the audit.
Ironically, the more we talk about it, the more likely we're going to need that extra time. So let's get into it. And I'll hand over to Amanda. Yep.
Okay, let's start at the start. Attachment 1 is the rates requirement. I have put an updated copy on your desk. I'm just going to share screen because the graph wasn't presented very nicely. So this is the colours are correct here. So it should be orange when it's above the black bar and green when it's under the black bar. And also it's formatted better percentage wise. I think it's just a lot of decimal points in the one in the agenda. So this shows the rates requirement over the 9 years of the plan. And then historically we went out with 13.73 in this current financial year, the 25 annual plan. When we went for consultation, we went out with 13.3%, and currently the rates increase is now 9.79. So it's come down significantly. Also the 2027 year has come down a couple of percent as well. And then the later years, obviously that big drop in 2028 is when we propose for Three Waters to shift to a new entity. So council will no longer rate for waters, and the new waters entity would charge water rates. And then the future years, all years are below 4%. So yeah, just stepping through, I kind of will take this paper as read, but if there's any questions on all of the differences between what we went out for consultation in March, so that's the consult column, versus now, if there's any detailed questions, these are all of the movements that we've made to bring that rates increase down. So step through in chronological order of all the decisions we've made that have decreased expenditure and changed other revenue streams to be able to bring that rates increase down to that 9.79.
Councillor Blackman and Councillor Holden.
Thank you. Just in regards to attachment 1 with the graph there, we discussed at an earlier stage in the LTP process, potentially considering what's the right words, like establishing a firmer commitment to reducing overheads within council following the handing over of water, and you had indicated to us that that would need to be probably qualified because at this stage we haven't proven in any detail about how we will go about that. But what was the feedback? Like, because we discussed it, but then never kind of took that one any further. But if you look at the graph here, the 16% reduction in 2028, the cost of water that comes onto the household will be greater than the reduction. So
so at this consultation document stage, we were still under our old ways of working before we had the new org structure. So at that point, it was quite hard to quantify any savings, and if and when Three Waters went to a new entity, there would be overhead costs related to that. So how much could we didn't know how much we could reduce those costs by. So we had some conversations with the auditors, and throughout March, we sat down with all budget holders in the new organisation structure, the new ways of working. Those budget holders have taken a cold hard look at their budgets, and we've built them from the ground up. So just working out exactly the lowest cost way each department could be run. And so that's the numbers that we've built in to this round. Budgets are quite different to how we went when we went out for consultation. Overall, they've ended up at the same total expenditure, there or thereabouts, but that there's completely different new ways of working. And then in terms of reducing the overheads, just as much as we can quantify those reductions we have, and just realistically stepping through, like your insurance bill, the bulk of the assets that we insure are the Three Waters. So it's just where we can, exactly quantifying how much those costs would decrease, and that cost would be borne by the new waters entity. But there is still some overheads built into these budgets. We haven't just gone and put a flat 10% reduction or anything like that. We've tried to quantify as much as possible and reduce those overhead costs as much as we can, but we haven't put any guesstimates or anything like that. So they still could be a bit high in terms of expenditure, but I was quite comfortable with that long-term outlook as being like the worst case scenario.
So just to clarify, there have already been some allowances made in these numbers for a reduction in overheads, or like a known reduction in overheads, and any of the kind of grey area stuff is still yet to be determined. So what level of confidence do we have that we would be able to actually, in a dollar for dollar sense, reduce the overheads from the council end relating to water that will ultimately transfer across to the new entity?
It's really hard to quantify. Like, obviously we've built in inflation, but it's anyone's guess. So all it takes is for inflation to increase another 1%, and it changes all of these numbers. But yeah, at this point in time, I'm confident in the cold hard reductions that we've made, because they can directly be tied to costs that will be borne by a new entity. And then I'm comfortable that we will have lower costs. There will be other overhead reductions that this council can make once Three Waters is gone.
Thank you. I think it's important to note too on the graph that that's showing the rates reduction. There's a reasonable amount of revenue that comes in for water that's billed, and there's also development contributions that pay for some of the water aspects. So whilst it shows only the percentage drop there will actually be some of the billing that's also transfers to a CCO if that's what's set up. Councillor Holding, the next.
Just Amanda, on the figures you've got on the board there, proposed rates increase exceeds the limit, but then in the report here it's all green. Am I reading it wrong? It says it's 11% over 25, 9% over our own affordability benchmark. It's exceeding it, but it's showing it as green in this graph. Will that go out as orange?
Yeah, I'm showing this graph here, and I've given you the printout. The graph, I don't know, it's got corrupted between systems. The one that's in the agenda today is not right. It's green across the board. Obviously, some should be orange.
Jim.
Thank you, Mikucha. Just moving to some particular matters on the following pages after the graph. I'm wondering if you could, looking at expenses, we consulted on depreciation and amortization of 21,907,000, and we're now proposing 24,696,000 due to revaluations. My first question is, there was some discussion as to the possibility of unfunding some portion of that additional depreciation allocation. What is the final proposed or suggested quantum in that regard from officers? And the other question, looking at the next page, which is page 29 of our agenda, increased payroll costs to circa 22 million based on full staff listing to 2025 actual staff and rates and expected salary increases. Subsequently reduced payroll expenses by increasing the amount of payroll costs that are capitalised to the balance sheet. This has gone from 1.5 to 4. Some concern has been expressed about that. Can officers offer amplified explanations as to why that is what it is and to the why it meets audit expectations?
Okay, so in regards to depreciation, so obviously we knew that at 30 June 24, we had a significant revaluation increase and that had been booked in, but then we were seeing the full repercussions of that happening over the course of 2025. So we've just increased that a bit further, and also taking into consideration that we're going to have land and buildings and road and revaluation at the end of next month. So we've just beefed our numbers up a bit more realistic based on the cost of roading and land and buildings at the moment. We expect that that valuation is going to be higher than we've budgeted at 30 June 25. So then we've booked in that depreciation effect for the 26 year and beyond. So that's why depreciation has gone up. And yes, we have unfunded, we've had numerous conversations about various asset classes that we can unfund depreciation. So while the cold hard depreciation expense sits there on the P&L, we are not fully rating for it anymore. So that means that that rates can be used towards other expenditure, or that has helped reduce the rates requirement as well. So we have unfunded a wide variety of assets and to varying levels as well. So the latest decision we made was to unfund 20% of the digital services, so your IT hardware and things like that. So yeah, that was a conscious direction that we'd been given as an option to reduce the rates requirement. Our 3 waters assets, we unfund the depreciation on them now. And historically, we have always unfunded depreciation on roading up to the portion that is funded by NZTA, which is quite common across the country. And then there's a variety of land and buildings that we've historically not funded depreciation on as well. So that has all contributed to keeping the rates increase low. And yes, that's the true hard depreciation expense that we expect, but we are not funding depreciation for all of that. In terms of payroll, yes, a conscious effort has been made to try and capture a lot of that staff time that goes towards building an asset. So instead of showing it as an expense on the profit and loss, we can add that cost to the value of the asset in the balance sheet. So a good example of why we can increase that this year, and how we've justified to the auditors, is in the digital services space. There's been a lot of bringing our digital services into the 21st century through the transformation process. So a lot of those projects, we have staff that sit there all day working on building that asset, and that value of that asset is in the balance sheet. So that staff time that they've put into it gets put onto the balance sheet, made into an asset now. So that's how, that's a good example where we've actually increasing a lot of work in that area, and we can put it straight onto the balance sheet instead of expensing it. But across the board, there's a lot of roading and waters work where staff time can be put to the asset instead of expensed. So we're just making sure that we capture that. We've got good processes in place to capture that going forward as much as possible.
Jeremy.
So from that manner, can we take sort of that we're not deferring future funding issues just down the track for the depreciation? Yeah. And also just around the staffing ones, I don't know if I lost my note, but when I was doing my maths the other day, it looked like only shaved off not even like 0.10%. So is that risk even, I mean, is the reward worth even doing that saving for, will that put any service delivery at risk or for staffing? Oh, so I'll go do the depreciation one first.
Yeah, so there is pros and cons with deferring depreciation. Like obviously there's a reason for putting aside depreciation so that you can build up those reserves for in the future when you need them to rebuild the assets. So yeah, there's an element of kicking the can. We won't have those reserves when we need them later on. But hopefully we can get through this tough time and build that up, fix that in future years. And yeah, it's getting the right balance between, it's just an ongoing challenge, the right balance between how much you set aside for maintenance versus depreciation for future years. So yeah.
Thank you. Just as we're dealing with the underlying budgets, I just want to propose one change based on the fact that we are developing a diversion policy for our regulatory enforcement side of things. I'm proposing that we do cut the budget by $100,000 based on actually getting better outcomes for the environment. So at the moment, we've got cases where we spend a lot of money on legal fees and so on, and we end up really benefiting lawyers. We don't necessarily benefit the environment. And so looking at how we support staff to focus on that broader outcome, just proposing that we make that cut in that particular area, so that we actually, when we make decisions as to whether to prosecute and so forth, we look at what the options are and what the best outcome is going to be for the best cost for the ratepayer. Happy to have any feedback on that. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Just in response to that, when you formally adopt a diversion policy, there's some fairly sort of strict expectations around diversion, one of which is that the person needs to have admitted guilt before we can seek diversion. Arriving
Well,
at
that's under the current draft. I think we need to adopt a diversion policy which works for Waitaki, and while that might be a principle in some places, it doesn't follow that it needs to be the principle that we have. So I just ask officers to be think more broadly than going down a narrow pathway around following a particular model, which won't necessarily work for Waitaki. Mr. Palmer.
So I think we'd need to seek some advice on that. Again, my understanding is that legal advice we've received to date is that for a diversion policy to be legally valid, a prosecution decision needs to be made and the person needs to have pleaded guilty before you can enter into that diversion process. I think that's the legal framework we've been advised sits around that. I'd also add that we've obviously been reviewing the enforcement policy, and that enforcement policy emphasises the need for education first. And the last step is prosecution that is considered when all other options have been exhausted. So that is the prescribed approach, is to try and seek the best outcome, meeting our legal obligations, and to avoid prosecution if possible. But as I say, if you're going to reduce the budget based on a notion that the diversion policy would reduce legal fees, I think we'd need to check that, again, whether that would be meeting the legal requirements of a diversion policy, as I think the advice we've had to date is prosecution steps need to be taken first before the diversion policy can kick in.
I guess the draft diversion policy at the moment says that someone can only have one opportunity for diversion, and I think we've seen examples where actually there's been massive change of behaviour, but then something can happen where there is a lapse, unintended perhaps. But where actually we can look at how do we make sure that we don't end up spending a whole lot of money on a prosecution that doesn't actually yield much in the way of a positive result for the community. So if we're based on how what the outcomes are, and particularly those environmental ones, what's the best outcome for the environment, that's what I want to see, rather than actually we've just made a bunch of lawyers paid for their next car, which is seems to be the way some of these go at the moment. Mr. Coe.
Thank you. Yes, I take on board your points that you've raised. I would suggest in that case that we change the narrative and we use a different word to diversion. Because diversion under legal terms and it's just a general guideline has a very specific meaning. And officers will consider that when we put the draft diversion policy back to council for adoption.
Thank you. Any other thoughts around the table?
On this particular matter.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just need an indication of whether there's any support. So should just raise your hand if you do support it.
So can I clarify, is this a motion you're proposing to?
No, this is part of the direction. It's going to make up the final motion. So what we're trying to do is if anyone brings up ideas, we need to get an indication of support, so that can be incorporated into the final budget. That's the normal way we go through these spreadsheets. So that there was a majority there. So if we can include that in the budget. Anyone else want to raise anything that's to do with the attachment 1? Jim.
Are we talking now about the line items on pages 31, 32, 33 and 34 in our agenda? I mean, you've raised a specific line item. I have a number that I'd like to suggest we consider. When do you want us to do that?
Yeah, that's through to page 30 is attachment 1.
Okay.
So you're into attachment 2, are you? Was it 31 was the first page that you had?
Well, it's not identified as an, oh, it is attachment, so you should quite fine.
Okay, anything else for attachment 1? Okay, we'll go to attachment 2, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, look, I've got suggestions on all of those pages to see if other colleagues are mindful of endorsing them. Looking at the first page of the agenda and acknowledging that water is important and Te Mata Arawai are stipulating improvements and standards, I do just draw attention. I've looked at very specifically at expenditure in the first year, and I would suggest that we might ask for consideration of a reduction or removal of item 2448, the adjusted, or sorry, the backflow prevention plan. The total cost for that is 1.85 mil, and 750,950 budgeted for years 2 and 3. I would have thought the 150 could in fact be incorporated in those out years. Alternatively, if we want to keep that, I'm wondering if the 50,000 assigned for condition assessment of water infrastructure could be postponed or allocated to out years, or the leak detection program, or alternatively the wastewater inflow and infiltration reduction program, which is item 1201. So I'm just posing on that first page whether any of those 4 could be removed or reduced.
I just noticed the wastewater inflow and infiltration reduction program is $50,000 for the first 2 years. So in this, for me, that would be something that's is important work. Obviously, that's only an initial look at it, as opposed to actually implementing it. But you know, that wouldn't be. I think that would be money well spent, I would hope. But anyway, we've got Mr. Rendell to talk to all of those particular items. Josh.
Yes, apologies for taking a moment to come around. There's a number of items there that you've listed, notably the water leak detection program. We've got significant leaks within the networks, up to 40% on some of our supplies. That funding is necessary for us to be able to ensure that we're recognising where the leaks are, undertaking repairs and making the best use of the assets we have. We have capacity constraints in a number of areas, and at times we breach consent conditions because of the amount of water that we're losing within our networks. Undertaking leak detection and repairs of the network is just good practice in terms of management of water networks. In the same manner with our wastewater inflow and infiltration reduction program, we have already reduced the sum there. However, we do experience a number of instances during wet weather events where we have overflows from our wastewater network into the environment. That's not a permitted activity. That's something that's deeply frowned upon by most regional councils. If we don't do something to get on top of it, we're going to have abatement notices issued towards us. Again, it's best practice in terms of managing a water network. I understand there's a cost to it, but we are required to do it. The other two items, I believe it was the sewer main inspection and cleaning program. Yep. We need to undertake renewals of our wastewater assets without undertaking cleaning and CCTV inspection of those assets. We have no understanding of the condition of the wastewater assets, nor the information necessary to be able to put together a program of renewal. We've got assets that have been in the ground for over 100 years, and we don't have sufficient condition information to be able to put together a renewal program. We really need to start investing in this so that we're managing our assets appropriately. In terms of our backflow program, I believe that was the fourth item that you mentioned. There is real risk at the moment, given our lack of backflow prevention at high-risk properties, that we can potentially have a contamination event where a backflow event occurs and then we poison the water supply for all of the downstream consumers. Again, this is best practice. This is something that should have been in place for decades. It's necessary for us to have a healthy, well-functioning water system.
Paul or Alex, who wants to go?
Just a couple of things. So the backflow prevention, just to clarify, that's not a Tomato ROI requirement. That's our own health and safety risk assessment. That's about keeping our community healthy and preventing them from suffering from any nasties in the water as a result of other users and backflow happening there. So, but I would point out as a general thing, we've reviewed this water program. We've pared it back. We've kicked the can a long way down the road on many things that need investing in. The irony of this is why the last government and this government is taking forward local water reforms, because councils aren't investing enough in their water and trying to peg rates back. These items, they need investing in. We keep reviewing them. We won't spend money if we don't have to spend it. These are our budget allocations, and officers will be looking to procure the best value for the community. But we are at the bare bones of a water program to keep us compliant.
Yeah, just had the pleasure of attending the community engagement on the change to water services, and a common theme in a lot of those meetings was a concern that Waitaki would miss out on sort of work and improvements if it went into a combined entity. And I think this kind of work needs to be done to make sure that doesn't happen, so that there is essentially a good program of work that can be moved over to whatever entity is delivering water in the future, and that there's not sort of a gap while plans are established and therefore effort is diverted to other areas. So I think this is really important work to make sure that there is a good stream of actual physical works to be done by whoever is delivering.
All right, we've got Jeremy, Jim T and Tim.
I was going to get a little bit nervous about reducing some of the individual line items on the fly without knowing what the implications would be today. But there is, before June 24th, will some of these, oh no, just like, for example, the tourism one, I don't really know if we've had the proper oversight of that, what that actually means, the implications of that being cut by that much. So it would be good to just have some more information on a couple of things like that before the final decision.
We just discussed that in the LTP meeting yesterday, that I know that the elected members, councillors want to decide the allocation of that reduction. So we're going to work together after decisions from today, come forward back to yes, to in the RTP meeting and work through what activities need to be done and sort of come to you from with a bit of a timetable of decisions on those. But we are aware that that particular line item, that reduction does impact some of those people that put submissions forward, like Stone of Whitestone Geopark and the Oamaru Whitestone, the Oamaru Tourist Centre, Visitor Centre. So we do need to get some definition around that. So we will come back to you on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Just coming back to water, I would totally oppose the cuts that Councillor Hopkins has questioned. I'm uncomfortable enough sitting here knowing that we've taken a calculated risk in removing depreciation to start cutting into what are basically essential works to maintain what the ratepayer expects in terms of decent water, safe roads, etc. We've got to be honest with the ratepayer. None of us are comfortable with these costs going up, but they are necessary to deliver a basic and safe level of services. Therefore, we have to stick with them.
Tim.
Thank you. I just wanted to basically say the same thing. So just endorse Councillor Thompson's comments, but around backflow prevention, I'd just ask the question if there's any scope or capacity there to have some flexibility around how house or users coming up with their own solutions at a potentially lower cost. I'm not sure if there's any scope in that space, but specifically wanted to speak to 1201 wastewater inflow and infiltration reduction program and just ask what we could actually do to bring that program forward, because we know from listening to the team that is a significant issue, and it is the sole reason for a couple of large capex items sitting on our list, totaling somewhere between 20 and 40 million dollars of required works. And so my question is, why would we not be progressing that further if that can remove the need for those projects to occur?
Just in answering that, I think, Tim, you've raised before also about modifying the bylaw to exclude stormwater from wastewater systems. So I note there is a project to review the wastewater bylaw. So is that the sort of thing that can be put into that? And when would we likely go about doing that? Thank you, Josh.
Yes, thank you for the question. The process of undertaking the inflow and infiltration program does identify where there's stormwater connections from domestic properties being discharged directly into the sewer system. We don't currently have a wastewater bylaw in place that would enable us to undertake regulatory action to request that people remove those stormwater connections from the wastewater system. Whilst we can write to them and request that they remove it, because again, it meets best practice in terms of management of a network, we have no lever to be able to require them to do so. The development of a wastewater bylaw is something that we will need to do irrespective, based on the legislation that's coming through at the moment. So the first point would be for us to undertake that, put that bylaw in place, and then for us to be able to go through and start regulating some of that activity in terms of requiring property owners to disconnect stormwater systems from our wastewater network. It is a long and drawn out process that takes quite a high staff load. You're dealing with hundreds, potentially thousands of property owners to try to disconnect what are very, very old stormwater systems that may have been in place since the house was constructed from the wastewater system. It's quite intrusive as an activity, so it does take time. But I recognise the importance of it, hence my request that it not be reduced in budget.
Is it feasible to bring forward the plan from the second year into the first year?
Yes, yep, feasible to bring forward the development of the bylaw. We would just wait until the legislation it's currently drafted is enacted to ensure that we're encompassing all of the requirements of it.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Are we moving through page by page or is this just a?
I
Any-
think we're
any
mostly stuck on
page?
the first page, so I'm just trying to eliminate that because it's some of the big stuff. So have you got anything on the first?
No.
Okay, so Councillor Hopkins has raised a number of particular things, so I just need to get an indication, was there any support for any of those matters? I'm not going to ask you to put a hand up for all of them at once or go through them individually, but just does anyone want to speak in support of any of them? Okay, we'll move to the second page. I'm actually going to drag myself back to the first page. Well, I just had a question. We've been talking. Yeah, I know. Terrible cheering. We're talking with Corridor Water Limited at the moment about what some of those numbers are in there for them. Is there an opportunity to confirm some of those before we get the LTP finalised? And simply that, is that the right number? Doesn't have an impact if it's not spent, I know that sort of thing, but we will be budgeting for the interest based on whatever number is in there in future years, and so there is an impact on that.
I can't give you with 100% confidence an answer to that particular question. As you'll all be aware, Taumata Arawai are currently reassessing alternative solutions or approved devices for rural water supplies. They haven't yet made any change to the standards, so a number of these budgets probably still recognise the current standards rather than what we're predicting them to be. However, the expenditure on the budget is only going to be that which is required to make the supplies compliant. So even though we may be budgeting for a greater value, we wouldn't be expending a greater value.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that. Second page. Third page. Rebecca.
Thank you. I was just hoping to get some clarity on project 3207, which is the transformation program. Just noting that there has been a change in here, but the document that went out for consultation had 3207 as the overarching management of and coordination of the agreed transformation initiatives at 238,000. Which doesn't align with the changes that have been noted alongside this and it now being 742,700. So I was just wanting some clarification on that one. Alex has left the room.
So this has moved a few times. It's basically, so our transformation program a couple of years ago was approved at a set figure and that was spread across a 3-year plan with the final costs to be incurred in 2026. So I think that's where the smaller figure you had was. And then the figure that we went out for consultation was revised to include anything that we thought would carry forward from the 25 financial year. So we haven't spent everything we thought we would spend in 25. So we had some carry forwards booked in at time of consultation. Now looking ahead, we have a bit more information about what we've spent for the 25 year and we expect to still to have higher carry forwards. So that's why we've still got a budget of 742 expecting to spend in the 26 financial year. So it's just increasing carry forwards as the 25 year has gone on. We have a clearer idea of how much budget we've got left.
So we had raised that at the governance team session, which would put to the CEO, and Alex has responded. This is what's left of the agreed council budget for the transformation program, including what will not be spent by the end of 24-25, as we're no longer doing the carry forward process. This unspent amount is built into the next year as agreed. We need the funding to complete the program as planned. We have made changes to the staffing roles and structure and are making good progress and changes to the way we work and deliver. But there is still a lot of work to be completed to realise the target outcomes and benefits agreed by council, including completing the changes to the new customer service model, completing the locality model, and new ways of working that will enable us to release the temporary staff resources and deliver their staff reduction and associated cost savings that are now in budget. Here end of the quote from Mr. Palmley. Left the room right on your question, but hopefully that answers that in a bit more detail. Thank you. Any other questions, Jim H?
Yes, first of all, I raised the issues on page 31. Conscious entirely of the comments Councillor Thompson made. I was just thinking, if we are trying to get 9% down, then we had to look at everything. But page 33 is definitely the page where I think we have a number of more discretionary items. So my first question would be to follow up from Rebecca, Councillor Ryan, and ask if officers can tell us what percentage of the 742,700 is actually carry forward money. Beyond that, I'm looking at some other items on the same page. I still would like to know, because the total quantum of money sought by the Civic Trust over the first 2 or 3 or 4 years was plus 300,000. And there's no, it talks about it coming from economic development operational. And I'm just curious if somebody can explain that. A much smaller quantum, but in tight times, do we really need a Palmerston Cemetery natural burial area? Further down the line, looking at, excuse me, just bear with me. The item 5614, recoating and painting of Thames, of number 1 Thames Street. Now we've got $220,000 over the next 3 years there. I believe we could, in theory, make a decision today to actually test the market. We know that from the LTP feedback, there was a very positive response to our proposal to test the market with regard to property sales, although this one specifically wasn't mentioned. But I believe if we made a decision in principle to test the market regarding the potential sale of 1 Thames Street, we could take the 40 and the 180 off the table. Looking further down, I would specifically this year, 4501, the removal of the aviaries. We've got 80,000. Could I suggest that could be a community project? We could offer that to either Men's Shed or the Lions or somebody of that nature, and ask them if they would like to do it. I mean, the thing for us is the humane rehousing of the birds. The rest, if we can save any or all of that. And finally, on that page where there are a lot more discretionary items than on the previous 2 pages, I would suggest to colleagues that we actually bite the bullet with regard to 5617, the freezer building, and we offer the building, we gift it to either HNZ or the Civic Trust or any other body that wishes to reinstate it and use it as a museum or a site to recognise the meat industry, but we just take $250,000 off the table. I just don't believe we should be spending that amount of money on that building. So those are a number of things that I would like you all to consider in a slightly more positive way than you did with page 31. Not that I'm complaining about 31, because I think I would actually, in my heart of hearts, would agree with Councillor Thompson's arguments with regard to those water projects.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Is there any support for some of the projects? Or I'm quite mindful of agreeing with Councillor Thompson in terms of going through a lot of this line by line, when I know that our officers have gone through this tooth and nail to try and get it cut down, and there are some compliance issues I feel with some of the projects that you're offering to give to the community to pull down. Any other comments in regards to Councillor Hopkins' suggestions? Councillor Blocker.
With respect to Councillor Hopkins' suggestion around trying to involve community more in some of our projects, in principle, not just specifically about the aviary, I'm totally supportive of that approach.
Yes, Mr. Palmer.
So I think, looking to involve the community in our things, in our projects is part of the approach we want to see. However, for the purpose of this meeting, we're trying to, set a budget. And we know, for example, with the freezer building, there is some work that needs to be done. And I think if we were setting on the budget on the basis of work we haven't carried out yet, that is unknown, we've no idea whether anyone would be even interested in taking that building off us, I think that puts us at a risk of, knowing that there's work that, needs to be done to ensure that that building is not a risk to our community, members of the public walking by and what have you. There's a risk that we'd be, going overspent on that budget. We'd have to do works before we reached a conclusion as to whether anyone else was interested in taking that building off us. So I think if you're going to do that, you need to acknowledge there's risks there. That's why that budget is there. So there's risks that we have to spend money that's unbudgeted for to deal with it.
One wants to spend 9% plus on rates, and none of you want to actually take $1 off the bill. Crying out loud.
John.
Thank you for that, Mr. Palmer, but I still support Councillor Hopkins in the way, and there's got to be a way around everything. And community involvement is crucial. And as Jim's just said, if you don't take it off somewhere, you're never going to take it off. So there's a cost, and if we get rid of the cost, it must be a saving.
So, apologies, I missed the topic. I imagine it's freezer building, was it you were talking about? Yeah.
Can I just clarify? I agree if you get rid of the cost, there's a saving. But my point is that there isn't a plan to get rid of the cost. There's just an idea around the table that's untested when we know there's a cost sitting there at the moment that, has to be met somehow.
So, I think the thing is, if there needs to be something done with the building, would be my thought. I don't want it to cost anything. We probably will have some cost. Whether I think the first year is probably necessary. The first year of spending of 50,000, up to 50,000, may be needed, but hopefully the second year can become zero. But the challenge is, if there's nothing there, then there's nothing to actually get to even start the process. So, you had other suggestions?
Well, I asked about the 6037 Civic Trust asset management plan development. There's a reference to it being from operational funding from ED. The quantum that was sought was 300,000, and I was just wondering where that's actually finally going to appear in the budget, if it is. I suggested, with regard to the 220,000 proposed for recoating and painting of number 1 Thames Street, that we could actually take both of those line items off the budget by committing in principle today to testing the market for sale. And not actually expending what I don't believe would ever be a recoverable amount in terms of retrievable rent. And I also suggested that we actually invite a community group perhaps to demolish or remove the aviary, accepting that our responsibility is the humane rehousing of the birds, and possibly on the basis of so doing, reduce or remove the $80,000 that's in the budget for that item, which is, 4501. And I finally suggested that we actually gift the freezer building to a third party that's professed interest, notably HNZ, which has said it's a wonderful edifice. Fine, let them take it over. Let them support the reconstruction of it the way they've helped with Christchurch Cathedral and a whole lot of other buildings around the country.
Okay, we're getting off.
My question back to, not council, probably Councillor Hopkins or staff, but was 1 Thames Street, what is it zoned as in our property strategy? And we don't think we consulted on it with the community.
Mandy, can you respond to
I
that?
think the response that Mr. Palmer gave earlier covers all of those matters that Councillor Hopkins raised, that we have to have some budget in there to do something. We have not consulted on selling 1 Thames Street, and it would have to be done as part of the annual plan next year. We can't just go out there and test the market on a product, on a property where we've had no communication with the tenant or anything like that. So we do have some responsibilities there. We need to be really thoughtful in the way that we approach the market with any of these ideas. With regard to the Aviaries and other ideas, as Mr. Palmer said, we've got to take some action on some of these assets. We have to put the budget in there, but we will look at talking to communities about different options that can be involved. As said, that's what we want to do. But we have to have the money in there to do what needs to be done if we can't find a community group or something to work with. So they're great suggestions that Councillor Hopkins made, but we have to have that money there to do something with if we can't find a community group to progress it. So, yeah.
Is 1 Thames Street a strategic property or? No, so it's
So we could take the 40 grand off the budget this year and commit to consulting on it, testing the market with regard to its sale next year, which would save us $40,000 at least.
Can we, no, sorry, I'll go to Amanda.
I just wanted to just pull the conversation together. So we consulted on a sample of properties. They're not necessarily the properties that we're going to sell or anything. And obviously there was like a list of 40. We've booked into the LTP because the community came back and agreed that we should look to sell some. So what is realistic is like a handful of properties. Look to sell 2 or 3 where there's no legal obligation. And it's pretty straightforward sale. We'll approach a real estate agent and look to sell them over the next few years. So as we look into the best options for selling, like the ones that'll be the easiest and have the best return, those will come to council for a decision as well. So 1 Thames Street could be built into that. It's not a strategic property, although we didn't specifically consult on it. We can bring that to council as part of that paper when you decide exactly what properties you want to sell and when. So we have built in to the budget a potential income stream for selling 2 or 3 properties each year. It seems a reasonable sort of assumption to make based on public's feedback that we should go ahead and look to do that. So in terms of 1 Thames Street, well, all of these budgets actually, the Aviaries freezer building, we had this significant cost. All of the cost was in 2026 financial year, and a lot of them have been bumped back for the last few years. So as part of the conversations over the last few months, we've pushed those bigger budgets back into later years and just put a smaller portion in for scoping. So if we can have that budget for scoping, then we can bring back decent cost benefit analysis, and there'll be different options, whether we can involve volunteers, whether there's an option to sell. I'm not sure that you can sell a heritage building as is where is, but if there's any options that we could sell these properties at as minimal cost as possible, but these little budgets that the smallest budget that we could possibly put in 26 is necessary to make a move on these, or else they're just going to keep being deferred. And things like the freezer building and the Aviaries, we've heard from the community that they would like to see some action on it, and we legally have to do something about the freezer building.
So I don't believe we've got to go through a consultation on 1 Thames Street. It's not a strategic property. It's there. It's freehold. It can be sold. We don't. I don't think. I agree with Councillor Hopkins. I don't think we need to spend money on painting it and then sell it. It could be offered up sooner than that, just as any property along the main street would be by any other owner. So I think we can move more quickly on it. I don't see the reason not to, and it frees up some funds, but also frees up staff to get on with other more important things. But Joe, you would, as the director for that area.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just receiving messaging from the property team. 1 Thames Street is apparently part of the Harbour Endowment, which means it's not currently able to be sold. It would require a change in legislation.
Okay, that takes it off the table. Right, anything else from that page? Yes.
Can I just ask a question? The Harbour Endowment my understanding is it doesn't preclude sale. It simply means the proceeds of sale must be assigned to the harbour.
It's been the legal advice has been actually it does preclude sale. It's specifically precluded the sale, which was a bit of a surprise, as a lot of this old legislation is. So another piece that has to go through Parliament and get changed. The question is still valid though. Do we spend $40,000 on it in this next year to paint it? So can I just have an indication? See if Jim gets a win on this one. Those who support taking out the 40,000. So those who want to keep it in. I think it's in. I think would be good for officers to bring back more information on that particular project about how necessary is it to do it this year. At the moment, leave it in would be my call, and bring back information, and if it can be postponed, then it's postponed. The other question, sorry, Joe, I do have for you is this rate funded, or actually is it using profits from the very profitable property department?
Apologies, Mayor, I don't have that information for you at the moment, but I can certainly find out.
Paul?
Yeah,
Paul's looking like he's got an answer.
Because it is part of the harbour endowment, it could use that, because this is capital in nature, it could use the harbour endowment fund to fund that item. So it's no rate impact as it's treated as a capital item.
Okay, so there's a wee win for you, Jim. Okay, anything else on that page? Jim T.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to acknowledge the amount of work that has gone in to get to where we are. The fact that staff have been prepared to take the axe to a number of initiatives. The fact that we have challenged each department to go looking for costs. And therefore, I think that we've got to a time now where we thank staff for the work that they've done, give them the expectation that going forward, they're going to continue to look to save every dollar possible and simply get on with it.
Yeah, I think our duty goes beyond that, to be fair, but we're still facing a rate increase that none of us are comfortable with. And so, as much as I don't want to keep banging on about the same thing all the time, it is trying to drill down even further. And so, we've potentially got a slight change in this particular item. Back to you, Jim.
Well, I'm just wondering whether I accept the points regarding the need to do something about the freezer building, but I'm not persuaded that it's absolutely our responsibility. I mean, we haven't classified it as a heritage building. That matter is identified in the minutes of a previous meeting, which I was unable to attend. But my view is there are other parties saying, oh, it's a national asset. In my view, they should accept the consequences of that position and undertake the work themselves. So I'm tempted, I'm prepared to move. I don't know whether you're going to formally move the 100,000 with regard to the diversion policy or the reduction in costs related to that. But I'm prepared to move that the council resolves to approach interested third parties committed to the conservation of the Oamaru freezer building and invite them to undertake the rehabilitation of that property.
Might be. Anyone want to second that? John? Yep. Okay. We've talked about it. I'm just going to go straight to vote, not treat it like a normal motion. So those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Yeah. And those against? That's lost. Okay, anything on the last page there? Page 34. Jim?
Yeah, look, again, I question whether 5633, the Ardgowan Forestry, we've got there 170,000 over 3 years. It's identified as operational. Again, looking at the market at the moment and carbon farming and all the other things, I would suggest that rather than us spending money, we sell it now.
Jim T.
Councillor Hopkins, unfortunately, you were away when this was brought to us. And my understanding, and Mr. Rendell can correct me if I'm wrong, this is to do with the implications of this forestry to our water storage area and the problems that will revolve in removing that. It's not actually a forestry issue.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorted. Okay, any? Number one. Anything else from attachment one? Tim?
Do you mean attachment two?
Two,
Yeah,
sorry.
just with regards to attachment two, with your permission, Mayor Kircher, I'd like to put forward a suggested motion, which reads, understanding the delegations that are in place, council request projects will come back to council for final approval if 1, 4 or more elected members express a desire to explore alternatives through collaboration with officers. 2, an alternative could be applied, for example, acceptable solutions. 3, will have a flow-on impact to ratepayers through ongoing rating for OPEX.
Okay, I'll just suggest that we run the risk of a minority always requiring something to come back. It would be better that there is a requirement around a majority, so 6 members. I understand both arguments both ways, but we do run the risk of 4 people with very fixed views, just bringing things back. So would you consider changing that?
I'd be happy to meet you halfway at 5 and then come to the table for discussion.
Okay, so with 5, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Linwood? Thank you. All right, do you want to speak quickly to that?
Just speaking to the motion, I mean, going through this process, I totally take on board what Councillor Thompson's talked about. The team have put a significant effort into refining and pulling this list together, but we can only ever reach a certain level of detail. But in some cases, that level of detail isn't actually satisfactory for us to have a, true understanding of the project at hand, which isn't it's not a criticism in any way. It's just the reality of the scale of the list we're trying to deal with. So I'm trying to put forward a practical suggestion so that there might be a handful of specific items that we as a governance team would be interested in trying to understand and have some input into. And others we just let sit where the delegations fall. So this kind of sets out to try and put a practical suggestion to go forward with.
Okay, any other speakers or questions?
Sorry, can you read what is that a new motion or amended?
So yeah,
yes, so the amended motion would be understanding the delegations that are in place, council request projects will come back for final approval if 1, 5 or more elected members express a desire to explore alternatives through collaboration with officers. 2, an alternative could be applied, for example, acceptable solutions. 3, will have a flow-on impact to ratepayers through ongoing rating for OPEX.
Is that currently unidentified flow-on effects?
Yeah.
Okay, so where it's signalled that there are flow-on effects at the moment, that's generally okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's further amendment.
clarification. Sit alongside it, perhaps. Any other speakers to that? Okay, I'll put it, those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. That's carried. Thank you. You won't be surprised to know that we're running behind time. So we're going to break for lunch. We've got to. We're scheduled to at 1 o'clock to reconvene and have the North End, North Oamaru master plan, and we've got people zooming in for that. So I'm just going to find out whether they can be postponed till a bit later in the afternoon. If not, we'll come back and do that topic and then back into the LTP. So we just need to work our way through this. If they can be postponed, we will go straight to the LTP. So with that, we'll convene and adjourn, sorry, and reconvene at 1 p.m. Thanks very much. Right, good afternoon, and welcome back to everyone to this council meeting as we reconvene. Our next item was the Oamaru North Master Plan, that's been postponed to 2 o'clock, when we'll have some external people joining us for that. So we're back into the long-term plan. I'm not sure if you want to do a quick recap on any particular aspects of it. No, we'll get straight in.
No, thank you for your time. We've gone through the first two attachments. We're looking at the rates rises and the projects that were committed that we've been reviewing over the last period since going out to consultation. What we went out, we've been refining that, and thank you all for your feedback. So we're now looking at attachment 3, which is just the summary of the submissions feedback we received and the decisions that council have made following that feedback and discussions. So do you want to take it from there, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry?
Yeah,
If you could. That'd be
okay,
good.
so we recently discussed these, we recently got together and discussed the decisions that were made based on the consultation feedback that was received. So those decisions just capture each of those actions that has been agreed on each of the main topics. So we've got the topic there on the 3 waters. Obviously, we've still got consultation continuing. Second consultation, we've used that feedback to help structure our consultation as we've gone out, and we hope that we will have a decision on that in the coming weeks. On topic 2, the water metering, we looked at whether to bring that forward because the majority did support to move that to district wide. There's the project investigation in year 1 and the project delivery set in year 9. Whilst it was a project that is well supported, it was agreed to leave it in year 9 for now until the decision on the delivery of water services has been made. Stepping through to topic 3. That was just regarding the infrastructure program, whether there's to be more investment in that. And we reviewed the projects in the plan and considered whether we should bring any forward. And it was decided to leave the program as scheduled for now to minimise rates impact. Was decision there. Regarding Beach Road, the decision at this time is what we've put is your feedback presented options that had not been previously considered. We're continuing to review those options, including costing new alternatives and recosting earlier options with solutions. Actually, there is an additional statement in this that one of the options will include keeping Beach Road open that we'll be looking at, and council will make a decision on this once all options are fully explored. And then, sorry, there should be an adjustment to that. It should say that officers will bring a paper back to council on that with fully detailed costs and funding. Boosting growth, and it's decided to retain the current structure for now. However, we'll continue to explore the benefits that can be derived through the establishment of an EDA and a separate CCO for the Oamaru Blue Penguin colony. And then property. As we've decided to test the market, we'll go to market with some of the properties in 25-26. We'll work with local market experts to ensure we achieve the best results from the sale of these assets. And then community halls. Most communities across Waitaki are happy with their halls the way they are. However, some want to talk to council to explore opportunities. We'll follow up with those hall committees to talk through options and see how we can support them to ensure the best outcome for their community. And council housing. We'll review the feedback and analyse data and best practice options so that council can make informed recommendations. The community will be further consulted on the preferred option before council makes any final decisions. And then on holiday rentals, we'll look at ways the fee structure can be developed to support a fairer system for all accommodation providers. And projects, we heard the community wanted us to do only what was needed to minimise rates increases. As a result, we've reviewed all project timings and deferred or cancelled a number of projects. We've resized projects and reviewed budgets to keep rates affordable while still providing the services you need and care for. And then topic 10, fees and charges. Our community recognises the importance of user pay charges to keep rates down. We'll be setting fees and charges for 25-26 without further change from submissions. So I believe we discussed that recently. If there's no further comments, that will be what we will be putting into the LTP as decisions made, and we'll be bringing, as with regard to Beach Road officers, that recommendation does say officers will be bringing a paper back to council based on costing and funding options available.
Tim, sorry.
Thank you. Just, I'm comfortable with what's been put forward there. I just had a question in relation. I suppose it falls a step back in attachment to the project listing. Depending on the direction that council takes with water, there may or may not be a requirement to obtain a credit rating. And I was just wondering if would that need what kind of resource would that take to develop that, and if it is a significant amount of work, then does that need to be listed as a potential project in year, well, I guess it would be in year 2.
Yeah, I think once we get clarity on that item, we would then look at it, scope up a project. We might not be able to wait until year 2, but I think we essentially capitalise that cost and put it into the treasury function and distribute across the sort of incorporate it into the debt cost in the out years rather than treating it as a rate funded project. And it's basically a cost of finance, so we'd recognise it that way and almost capitalise it and recover it over a longer period.
So the work would be resourced as part of BAU and then around what we already kind of have in place?
Yeah, it would be. We just need to prioritise it over something else. But I mean, mostly it is it's responding to the needs of the credit agency. They give you essentially long questionnaires that you need to fill out and then come and almost do like an audit to understand it. So, but the information should be reasonably readily available. It's then responding to the questions that take time. So yes, we'll take some resource and we just need to work that in.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Alex.
I just comment on the EDA one, which seems a bit of a holding pattern that, is neither moving us forward or moving us backwards. And I think later on this agenda, we got the letter of expectations for Tourism Waitaki. And I think Tourism Waitaki has been in a holding pattern ever since we looked to this. And I think they're to be commended for the job they've been doing in moving things forward, but they've still got temporary arrangements in place. So I think we just need to consider whether this gives clarity to them or to our community as to what way we're going on this, and what the next steps will be, if any. And I repeat my appeal to try and decide decisively, are we going to try and do this or not? Because this holding in between of, we'll still consider it and look at it. I don't think it, helps Tourism Waitaki, and, with resources within the council and the decisions we need to make on that, it's makes it a bit challenging in terms of what direction we go with that to deliver the other aspects of the programme.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get have a better understanding of what the cost impact is on it, and maybe we're showing a number of different scenarios as to whether we want to implement the full economic development strategy or whether there's parts of it. At the moment, it's not. A number of positions that we're working in economic development and within council were funded by Better Off funding. And I think there was possibly one position and fully funded through rates. So it's getting an understanding of, if we adopt or adapt to the Tourism Waitaki CCO to cover more threads of the economic development strategy, what does that look like? And just a really clear understanding of actually where is other funding going to come from? Is that a reasonable comment? looking to councillors just as to what do they want? What information do they need to make a decision on this? Jim.
Look, I think funding is a critically important thing. I think to some extent we've gone some way to at least contemplating how funding might be sourced from or how funding might be acquired from sources other than rates. And clearly that's embedded in that question we asked in the LTP about the ED and the penguin colony. That's one option. I'm not presupposing that it is the ideal or the only option. But I think the other thing that we need to really be clear about, and I don't think we've had this conversation around the table as yet, what exactly do we envisage this body what do we want it to do? How do we want it to operate? What are the areas that we believe it is important for it to act in? And I think some of those questions, when answered, might also to some extent predetermine how funding might come from, or where we might try to seek funding support. So I think there's strategic thinking to be done by us about, if we do set up such an agency, what is it going to do? What are its terms of reference, and what are the areas into which we want it to operate and focus? And so I think that's as important as the funding thing, to be honest.
Brent?
I think some of that can probably be answered out of the ED strategy, that, you know, the work that's already been done
Yes.
around that, because that has a really broad terms of reference in it. We may want to hone down into that further and have some priorities within that, but I think we've already got that. But I mean, you know, I think most my you know, I would love to see us go back out to some of the organisations that we've been speaking about, lots of Tourism Waitaki, and ask them as well as to how they feel they could deliver an economic development plan alongside us as a partner. Because we've got you know, some people there that are really smart. They've done some really good jobs within that board. They've got an interest in the wider, not just a tourism remit. And I think the process is similar. It's just what focus we do have and what that is. But I think, you know, whilst we ask about the funding of it, we already have numerous sets of funds that we're kind of investing in these areas. It's about pulling those together. I don't think it needs to be, you know, a massive organisation like some of us think. I think, you know, what we've currently got working there with a slightly different board behind it might work really well. And then start using some informed panels from our community to inform us on certain areas. We could have a tourism and hospitality, we could have a tech, and we could have an agriculture, or, you know, or we could just have a business panel, you know, but with a nice wide, you know, informed bunch of people that are enthusiastic, informing us from our community. The best way to develop the economy, in my mind, is alongside those people that are working within that economy.
John?
Yeah, I think Brent summed it up. And at the moment, we don't have too many definitives. So whether we sit down with a working group of 3 or 4 or 5 and sit down there and punch out some where we're going to be, you don't have to do it all at once, but just start and see what it comes up and looks like, and then go from there. At the minute, we're here, there, and everywhere, and nothing's been definitive. You know, it's been talked about for 12 to 18 months, and we're still back at the same page, not really talking about anything more.
Okay. So as I said, for me, it's about getting more information about what the impact is going to be. Because at the moment, we're talking about, if we fully implement the strategy, there's upwards of $1.5 million per year estimated to operate that. Some of it's already there in tourism, some of it's already there in-house. And we may be able to get some funding from elsewhere. To me, it's like we've got a whole lot of pressure on us, and we know we're trying to actually get rates down. This might, according to the study, might bring some very good benefits to our economy and grow our economy. But it's it's that leap of faith as to we will have to put up rates to do it, and then how much benefit do we get? So that's why I'm seeing it. I'm just wanting information to come back to us that actually sets out clearly the expectations, so that we don't just set something up based on what we think might happen, that there's actually something that we've got there that we can hold, whatever it is, the future CCO to account. I really am looking for direction from other councillors. Go to Hannah and then Jim.
I agree with Councillor Cowles. Like I think once we do decide if we are going to go out and just either develop or diversify what, like we have, and utilise tourism Waitaki, and then diversify what that could look like, then they would be able to develop a fuller business case to be able to seek co-funding. I think sometimes if we're kind of half in, half out, it impacts the full impact of what we're capable and what the capacity could be. So I'm saying that from a community development perspective, because I know what it's like to be able to take some risks and just go out there and seek that funding from the commercial sector, from central government, and from other philanthropy that where that vision would align. So I guess that's where I stand. Is I'm quite keen to look at what they could potentially look like. We just have to just look at how good of a business case that would be able to make. The land diversification project is looking quite good from what I've read. There's other opportunities, there's tourism, but I'm also thinking workforce development as well, in terms of the primary sector and what we can do to help support the other sectors. So that's where my thoughts are.
Sorry, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supportive of what Councillor Cowles has been advocating for of late, and we need to acknowledge that we have asked some people serving this organisation and CCOs to do things, and they've delivered. And so before we go looking outside trying to create something new, maybe we need to actually look inside and check as to what's working and what's not. The other thing that I believe is a fundamental, and one that I would challenge not only my fellow elected members but also staff, could we be more effective for the community and community development if we sought to remove impediments to growth rather than trying to employ someone to recruit growth?
Okay, look, I'm not sure that you're getting the direction that you want, Mr. Parmley. We're not going to get that today, I don't think. So we need to move on with what we can get on with today. So can we move to the next part?
Sorry, because I think what I've heard from all the speakers is essentially the same thing, that they believe there's an element of strategy, that some additional work wants to be done on that, and that, if you like, some funding decisions will arise out of that. And I would have thought that's a reasonably clear direction for officers, and I wouldn't have thought that it necessarily compromises work done today. Is that a fair assessment of what you've said?
I guess we're looking for a clarity on some form of direction. I would perhaps ask Mr. Parmley if he was comfortable moving forward, with a plan of repurposing our CCO of Tourism Waitaki to be a wider economic development. What that looks like, that will have to come back to us, but we have to have faith in the team that we've got on board. We've seen some really good ED strategies coming out and some things that we're delivering. But we have to be aware that we need to change the structure of that. And I don't see this being as much as there might be. And, you know, the end game might be 1.5 million. We've got a starting game somewhere. And if we don't get on with it and start somewhere, we won't get there. That 1.5 million, you know, if we enable an organisation as Deputy Mayor Hannah, get my words out,
Anna, just call it
Anna. Suggested, you know, that's where that additional funding can come from once we have an organisation that is set up and capable to going out. And in my mind, Tourism Waitaki, which is, I believe, already has a charitable style status, which sits outside of you know, a standard business unit, has an ability to access some of that funding easier than perhaps a standard business unit within council.
Yeah, like, you know, and I'm in agreement with that, but I'd like it identified that there is funding there that can be accessed. How much is built into our budgets for this year and next year, this coming year, first 2 years, basically, for contracting the modified Tourism Waitaki to also deliver other economic development?
So we have left status quo, the budgets, like so we consulted obviously of repurposing Tourism Waitaki, and then we haven't had clear direction on that, so we've just left it as it is. So we still have the consumed within Waitaki District Council, we have operating budgets for the economic development and community development as normal. So the staff and costs of that. And then as far as providing funding to Tourism Waitaki, we used to have a separate line item in the projects listing, and we were given the direction recently to bundle all those tourism line items together, and now we have one line totaling 455k per annum towards tourism. And so a paper is going to come back to council to decide the allocation of that 455 between the various agencies that have asked for it. So that includes Tourism Waitaki's funding. However, in recent years, the funding that we have put in the budget for Tourism Waitaki they haven't needed all of it because they are making significant profits from their Oamaru Blue Penguin arm of the business.
Thank you. The other bit is with the transformation, we've structured community development and economic development together. If we take economic development out of there, what's the impact on the budget?
I'm not sure exactly, but it'll be the direct staff costs to do with that. And then I presume we'll have some elements of overheads that we can directly pass over. And then, yeah, potentially some stranded overheads.
Yeah, so I mean, this is information that I think we should have, and that we would help us make the decision, because we're just making a leap of faith. Otherwise, it's too great for, certainly for me. It's too much of a gamble. Councillor Holding.
I think my question would be: are we still confident with our strategy that we can gain the 8% GDP across our district, and how can we deliver that? And I want the right vehicle there. If we are going to stay on that track, that's the question for me. Can we deliver that and achieve that? And what's the best vehicle?
So in the economic development strategy, part of the brief was to look at what was the optimum approach to delivering that 8%. And that's where the idea of an EDA came from, combining the activities of Tourism Waitaki as the optimum approach to operate that as a partnership vehicle. So engaging with the business community and other stakeholders in how we delivered that. So it wasn't council working on its own. But the way we're progressing at the moment, whilst we're implementing elements of the strategy, we're not implementing the full strategy, so that the arrangements at the moment won't achieve that 8% above projected GDP growth that was projected in the strategy. coming back to Councillor Cowell's question, if we had a direction that you were minded to pursue an EDA, then we'd clearly need to bring a report back that would assess all of our internal impacts and budgets and what, you know, might be transferred to an EDA, but also how that would operate on a partnership basis. In terms of the external funds it might secure, that is, you know, more difficult. It's a changing picture, but that would be part of the brief. But we could certainly outline in that work what it is envisaged that within the existing budgets could be delivered through an EDA. And then, like other EDAs, it would be tasked with securing additional resources as part of its brief to secure those other resources to be able to deliver the strategy. But, you know, would need that direction that's what you want to do to, you know, if you're minded to investigate or, you know, to move forward in an EDA, it would need to come back to council with that detailed plan, just as some of these other things in here need to come back with a detailed plan of how they're going to be implemented and what the options are. Tim.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Cowell's kind of recommended first steps forward, but equally I share Mayor Kirch's concerns about the details. So Mr. Palmley's, you know, suggested course of action there, I think gives me enough comfort for me personally to give the indication that I would be happy to see things progress. But I think the other side of it that we haven't really discussed as part of this conversation is the future of the blue penguin colony. And for me, that's part of this piece of work that excites me as well, and that all of a sudden we would have an entity that should be generating you know, reasonable surpluses that can be used for environmental purposes, whether that's in-house and developing their own program of work or looking to distribute to initiatives across the district. So I just wanted to flag that part of the conversation as well.
Certainly, Mr. Palmley's response satisfies my request for more information. So if that comes to us, I'm certainly supportive of progressing it, but I don't want us to do it without sufficient information. So, you know, on that basis, I'm supporting it. Can we get an indication for those who wish to progress to the next step for establishing or readapting Tourism Waitaki to become an EDA? Hands up. Thank you. Done. Okay, and a separate report on the penguin colony obviously would be very helpful.
Related. I think it'd be a related report because we need to recognise that Tourism Waitaki is effectively, you know, funded by the surpluses from the penguin colony at the moment. So it'd have to fit in together and work out, you know, which way to go with both at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Jim.
Yeah, just moving on, conscious of time. Amanda has run through the summary of responses to the questions we asked in the LTP consultation document. I'm looking at attachment 2, which also arises out of that document, and that's the list of LTP initiatives that came from members of the public. And I just see clarification. It looks as though there are items on page 58. There are 5 of those, at the top that it looks as though we've decided to add. But then if you go to page 60 of our agenda, we've got a whole lot of things which are identified with the information officers to progress. There's 1 or 2 of those appear to have budgetary implications, 444,000 for the stormwater proposal. And there's a couple at the bottom to debate. And that looks as though that's the $379,000 total of the Civic Trust's requests for us, which don't appear in the final budgets that we've been talking about already. But I mean, clearly, if we have debated them, it's not evident what conclusion we've come to. And then if you look at the next page, page 61, there's a whole page of things where there's meant to be to debate. that amount to a total of $825,000 in rates and 2.5 million in loans. And I'm just trying to get a handle on what we've actually signed on for.
Excuse me, councillor Hopkins, just.
Is it the stuff on the right hand, absolute right hand side?
The green column is the actions. So to update apologies, the attachment is named wrong. It should be, attachment 4 should be submission, feedback from submissions and actions that were required thereafter. Where it was to debate, the column in the green beside it, or the column in the green or white, is what was decided. So that's the outcome. So if it was to debate, looking at the page that you just identified, page 61, for example, where it's got to debate on the top line, Heritage Grants Committee decide allocation. On the column beside green.
But for the sake of argument, if we look on that page, we have line item 408, or number item 408, North Otago Tennis 6 grass courts redeveloped, and the budgetary impacts on the right hand side of the page are 1.4 million in debt, and then it shows right at the right hand side 1.4 million. And yet, if you look at the actual annual plan, whereas the proposal is in there, there's no money whatsoever allocated.
And as I just said, councillor Hopkins, if you look at the orange column with to debate, include project with no value, the column beside it states include project with no value. So that is the action that has been progressed. Not the dollars out the side indicates the dollars that was requested by the submitter.
So it's putting it in as a project, but without funding.
Yes, I know that. Yeah, no, I get that. That's fine.
Essentially, this attachment is just to identify that this was the conversations that we've had through the process from feedback from our submitters, identifying what discussions was had with council and what was agreed there. So that middle column is the one that's important there. The value at the bottom is what was presented when we first brought this to council for you to see the value of those implications of what they requested overall. But the decisions in that column beside the orange is what has been applied, which is what was being directed by yourselves and the multiple conversations we've had around these.
Sorry, I misinterpreted. Well, I just took the figures on the right hand side to indicate maybe a prospective decision had been made. Thank you.
So I was going to talk about the one about the Waitaki Valley Health Hub, but I see Councillor Cowles has just got his hand up. Do you want to talk about that one?
I was actually going to talk about as well 642 on page 58 about the blacksmith and water running down the road, already taken care of and fixed, and through with a separate idea on how to fix that, and it seems to Jan's had a look and she seems to be happy that there's no water running down the side now and it costs very little. So congratulations to whoever came up with that idea. There's probably a few other things that happened as well. But I thought I'll take that 70k out. Yeah, look, the health hub, I think, is one of those things that we've been talking about. Is obviously another piece of land that we've discussed in town that perhaps we could look at, rather than perhaps selling ourselves, because that would incur costs, whether we can look at the ability for us to be able to gift that piece of land and they could choose whether they wish to subdivide or not, or do those things. So I guess we'd need to take some advice on that. I'm not sure exactly how the status ended up of the land underneath. I know there was a status change, but if it's still reserved, I don't know. But, you know, I'd love to also be able to, if it's possible, to be able to gift that, because it would look really good on a balance sheet for them moving forward to say that they own the land underneath rather than a peppercorn lease. But fully understand that if that's not a possibility due to the status of the land, I'm not sure how it ended up, or I was aware is that there was a change of status. To me, that's a great outcome. We've got land that's not being used in town that goes to a wider benefit of a wider community. And, you know, I don't think there's any doubt they're running some drop-in sessions at the moment, but I don't think there's any doubt that there's a real desire for this up at our end of the valley, and it's likely to keep people in our area longer and attract more people over time. So
yeah, certainly support that change. I think some of it is reserve land and it's got a process to go through, but if the other bit is essentially freehold, then just being able to pledge that we're going to gift the land, allows them, the trust, to get on with its fundraising with that that commitment under its belt, and they'll be able to leverage off that, and it can happen more quickly than having to do a sale and see what actually results from that. So very supportive of that. Is that officers happy to take that and take that approach in the first instance? Okay. Yep. No, thank you. Anything else? Nothing?
Sorry, just clarify another health item in the well, basically Eastern Coorau, 145, this Waylon Lodge request that the loan is serviced and capital repayments are funded by a targeted rate. When did we decide that that was a proposal that came to some long time ago? And I have a feeling that both the chief executive and Mr. Hope said it was something that was problematic, but
so I think you might have been away when that was discussed. Okay. Essentially, it was set up as a loan. It's still a loan. There's another loan which is being repaid through rates, and this one was going to be still a requirement for the trust to repay. I understand they won't have a meeting with us, so we will meet with them along with our representative on there, Councillor Cowles. Anything else? Okay.
So that brings us to the end of the attachments to the key directions paper, so that you're now into position to move those recommendations.
Yes, so we'll go back to whatever page that was on. And I've got one. That's just a repeat, I think. There's nothing changed on the printout, is it?
No.
No. It was just so we had something to keep going back to. Now, I got one suggestion. I'm happy to add it as one of the motions there, and it's to do with the event centre and our commitment from the RMA Reserves Fund. We've still got money allocated out of the reserve fund for things that may not be a priority now. We've got the event centre, so my suggested motion will sit around just cancelling the commitments that are already there, unless they are already too far progressed, but to allocate all of that funding to the event centre, so that our the part of non-rate funded commitment from the council is maximised as much as possible. So looking at that, I know it'll have impact on some of the work program and so on for some areas, but my suggestion is that can come back to council as if the funding needs to come from RMA reserves, that can come back in the future, and a decision made by the council of the day as to whether that's there. So that's the general tenor of what I'm going to propose, but I'm happy to get some feedback first.
So if we were going to do that, can I check councillors be clear on what they're cancelling and what they're not putting funding to anymore, if that motion was agreed to?
That was my point. If I recollect clearly, the little explanatory note that we've seen in the agenda for today, some of that money has been assigned to the refurb or the enhancement or the upgrade of other playgrounds. And I would be anxious about, say, penalising playgrounds in locations other than Oamaru for the sports and event centre. So it would seem to me that I understand why Mayor Kirchhoff wants to do this, and I in principle accept it, but I do think we probably need we do need, in my view, to know exactly what the implications are in terms of how much money would be assigned to the sports and event centre that wasn't previously going to be, and what other activities or projects would be adversely impacted as a consequence.
Amanda.
I was just wondering if I could suggest we keep this separate from the long-term plan, maybe come back to the next council meeting as a separate paper. Because the bulk of the RMA funding that is allocated in the 25 annual plan. So I think that's the year, like this current year, that you need to look at. There's not so much left that's in the LTP budgets anyway. So it's kind of separate from the long-term plan.
Well, that was the idea, was to basically stop it now. You know, like we've got to set our priorities, and coming back to Councillor Hopkins' desire to actually make sure that rate increases are as low as possible. This is part of making sure that as much funding goes to our highest priorities. And I've seen playground upgrades happening and so forth, and I see more money being spent on them when actually we are really wanting to try and make sure we get our $5 million of non-rate funded commitment dealt to and paid towards the event centre, and as much other money as possible to take our $10 million of rate funded commitment down as much as we can. So it's just a case of trying to prioritise. Sorry.
Just gonna say, do you want me to share screen to show you the 25 allocation? I've provided a paper on the 15th of April. I could put that paper up again.
Yep, no, that would be good. Thank you. And as I say, some things will be well in train and not be able to be cancelled at this stage, but the idea is to look at what can. Look at what allocations are in next year and the year after to each of the wards and whatever else might be in there. So hopefully that will come up very soon. So Amanda, if you can just talk through.
So this is in no particular order. This is the allocation of the funds in the 25 annual plan. So we started with a balance in the RMA of 1.7 million at 30 June 24. And this is the how we expected to spread it. And there's a bit of a narrative about how much has been spent to date. And the right-hand column will help to explain make it smaller. How much is spent and committed. So that gives you an idea of what you can, it's too many pop-ups. What you're left with now. So like the provision of Esplanade Reserve, there's 15,000 that was allocated that hasn't been touched at all. The playground, digging and draining ponds, obviously that project's underway. Probably can't do anything about that now. Hariri Ward general improvements, there's 23k that hasn't been used. Corridale has used the bulk of it. It's used about 5 remaining. Oamaru Ward has used about 60 odd K left there. Cape Wombrau concept plan implementation used about 60, 112 left. Waihemo hasn't used much, still got about 27k. Sports fields renewals and improvements hasn't touched the budget of about 50k. We're already putting as much as we need towards the sports and event centre. And then new playground equipment. We've committed 3.5 and there's 69 still there. And Mariki Haven street bollards and walking track, we've spent 5 and about 20k left. But this was at a certain point of time. When did I bring this? April. So this is probably at 31 March. So there potentially will be more spending over April and May. So it's not exact right now, but yeah, there's about 400K in total unspent at that time.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to achieve is to capture as much of that 400,000 and put it to the event centre. We've allocated 2 million overall, which is showing there's still 700 odd thousand left of that. But to capture as much of that 400,000 and future allocations to put into contributing to our $5 million dollars of non-funded, rate funded commitment from the council. It doesn't stop other things being done. It just means they've got to come back to council and say, this is some urgent playground work or whatever we need to do. And we can make a decision on whether that's a high enough priority.
So, given all of the constraints and things around us, I would have thought, based on what you've just said, that we say that we reallocate as much of that 400,000 as possible. I would have thought that if we agreed in principle that that is something that we wish to explore, Amanda's right. It's probably something that should come to us separately from the LTP. Because I don't think we can decide today on a figure when we don't know the figure. I mean, I'm not being controversial here. I'm trying to.
I think they're setting the direction today, and then they can sort that to go into. It will affect the work program for the next several years, but that can be dealt with that way, I think.
Yeah.
And there might be some alternative funds, depreciation and so on that they can utilise first.
So I think procedurally, agreeing in principle that that's what you want to do as a council, yeah, I think would work well if we then bring back a paper, the next meeting, next available meeting, that is able to show you the implications of that, so that you can, know the figure and, what will not happen, or what we'll need to have other funding sources for if they are going to happen. So you could set the direction today, but subject to the final agreement of the details at a future council meeting. And I agree, it is about prioritising resources and not being able to do everything, but I think council will need to understand the implications of what it's agreeing to fully, and in terms of those projects, and also the amount it means to fully sign that off, I think.
I'll just share the motion that I'm going to put forward, or proposing to put forward. But first we'll go to Tim.
Oh, thank you. I just had a question. So we got the 10 million loan funded, 5 million non-rates. Of that 5 million, we're saying here in the comment, where's the line item there with the 772? So of the 5 million, from what I can read in there, we're saying 2 million is coming from the RMA reserve. If we allocate that 712 that's there, we've reached the 2 million mark. So there's 3 million of non-rates related funding yet to find. And so what Gary's suggesting is the 400K down the bottom also forms part of that, plus potentially anything else on the list. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand I was on the same page.
John.
Look, it's more of a comment and I take on board without accepting the implications, but the way I see that with that list and everything else that's going on, we've got to be careful what we wish for, and we're certainly way overextending what we can and can't supply. So I think we've got to narrow that field down and come back and take some hard yards on something that we do need or we don't need.
Any other comments? So I will move this as one of the motions. So the council prioritises all RMA reserves fund for the event centre and therefore cancels all allocations. Therefore cancels in principle all allocations from the RMA reserves fund, including unspent allocations for the current year. Any requests for funding to go to council for decisions. Do I have a seconder for that? The council prioritises all RMA reserves funds for the event centre and therefore cancels in principle all allocations from the RMA reserves fund, including unspent allocations for the current year. Any request for funding to go to council for decisions?
I would second that if you change the word cancel to reconsiders. Because I think what we've talked about today is the fact that there was an unknown quantum of portion of the 400 plus. So I'm not saying, I just think cancelling everything is probably just a fraction premature.
Well, that's why it's in principle. So that essentially.
But if you're willing to amend cancel or reconsider, I'll second.
Yeah, probably just to add to that, I'm just thinking if we consulted on this during the annual plan, just procedurally, we just need to go back if we're going against what we had consulted with, just to help protect the principle of what we're trying to achieve, to cover off all of our bases. There's a risk is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the previous decision was probably the main one around it. We committed $5 million in non-rate funding. I don't know that there was anything specific in the LTP. Just looking at
previous annual plan only, but not like LTP. Yeah. But I think in the previous annual plan, it was more around whether we wanted to increase that amount to look at putting forward an additional 5 million that would be non-rates impact. Didn't have any determination in that, I don't believe off the top of my head, regarding how that would be, where that funding would come from. But whether there's been any subsequent papers to council, I'm unaware of.
okay. So sorry, Councillor Hopkins, you want it to be reconsidered? So it won't be in principle. Either we reconsider it or we cancel it in principle.
It did occur to me after I suggested it. You don't, if you agree to that change, you wouldn't need the words in principle.
Okay, well, I'll change it to reconsiders rather than cancel, and we'll take out in principle. Okay, any further discussion? I'll put that. Those in favour say aye. Those against? That's carried. Right, we'll go to the top.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I just get a count on that one, because I don't know if we've had a majority.
I did it on voices.
Many people didn't say anything.
No, so that's taken as no one said no.
Okay.
People.
Can I just ask for votes to be clear so I can recall them correctly? Thank you.
Does anyone want me to do that again?
Favour, Madam Government Advisor.
Thank you.
I see a few confused faces around the table, but I'd say, given what is agreed here, it requires a paper to come back. If we're going to reconsider, it requires a paper to come back that explains what's being considered and what the implications are. So that's what we will do.
Yes, Jim.
I didn't raise my objections from the provinces at this point, but those opinions can be canvassed when a paper is brought back and made.
Just on that, yeah, it wasn't my intention with the community board allocations that are there. They got those sitting there, so they have reserves from the past sitting there. So I wasn't intending to include those. Right, now we move to the recommendations. I'll be hopeful and see if anyone wants to move them in total, adding with amendments where required.
Do we need to clarify the amendments?
I think we've given good enough feedback with good enough indications on some of the key changes there. Is there any doubt? Okay. No.
The two I captured were cutting the legal budget around enforcement by $100,000 a year.
Yep.
And an amendment around the key direction on the Economic Development Agency to the intention to progress to the next stage of that, which requires a report back to council. I'm sure I've captured any others. Well, I did step out of the room for a minute.
Yeah. Tim?
Am I able to just clarify the line of questioning that I put forward around the program of works that would relate to the waste bylaw and stormwater entering the system? And was there any, I don't think we kind of landed on like, are we kind of holding that back, or is there scope to kind of progress that at an advanced pace?
So I think there was questions asked about that, and I think Mr. Rendell said that was the first step of progressing that bit of work in terms of stormwater entering into the wastewater system, was to develop the bylaw.
So the wastewater bylaw, it's just got to wait for the legislation to be in place.
Yes.
Yeah. So I took it that if that can be year one, it'll be year one.
Okay. Yeah. No, thank you.
Mr. Cook may have captured something else that I missed.
If only the government moved as quickly as they need to. Mr. Cook.
Was there any decision or deliberation to be made after the public forum today?
That's part of the parking paper, the parking meter paper report.
Separate item.
There'll be a flow on from that, but that would have to be then incorporated into the LTP rather than a decision now. We're better to discuss that in more detail and understand that there would be a rating impact if we continued on funding that proposal to not fund, I mean. Okay. We'll go through these one by one. So anyone happy to move number one? Give you a chance to read through that. So it will include with amendments. Jeremy, thank you. Hannah, any discussion? Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Number two, confirms the updated proposed rate requirements. It says as disclosed in attachment 1, but as amended. So we'll move that. Councillor Linwood, thank you, and Councillor Cowles. Discussion.
Yeah, look, I'll exercise my opportunity to speak on this one. So I won't speak on 3, 4, 5 and so on. However,
promise.
No. Look, sorry. I think we need to thank officers to start with, because the vast majority of the reductions that we have actually approved today or will approve today have come from suggestions that they have put to us. I would just say to my colleagues around the table that what you have decided in terms of the discussions previously and even today is that every dollar of every line item on every page is of absolutely essential importance and cannot be reduced or forsaken. And I think that's untenable. There are discretionary items in the pages we've looked at that could and should be reconsidered. And I stand by the points I've made, and I'm disappointed that elected members won't accept the principle that if, as has been asserted by a Crown agency, the freezer building is a building of national importance, there is no justification for 13,000 ratepayers to foot the total cost of its rehabilitation. There just isn't. And yet we have happily agreed to that impost. There are one or two other things that I think would be helpful when officers report back on June the 24th. I would like to know what percentage of the transformation allocation is a carry forward. I would be hopeful that we might have a clearer idea of whether there is some possibility of a volunteer group actually assuming responsibility for the demolition under supervision of the Avery.
and saving a some or all of the $80,000 that has been suggested could be considered. And there's $379,000 of monies apparently to be provided by the Civic Trust that aren't actually identified anywhere in any budget. And I would still like to see where that money's coming from. But I'm not going to vote against the recommendations, but I simply leave those observations for others to contemplate as they see fit.
I just want to make a point of clarification on one of the items, the freezer building. I think you talking about the monies for rehabilitation of the building might give the impression that we're going to do up the building. The monies in there are purely to deal with the safety issues so that we don't harm people with the state of that building. They're not to do it up, they're not to bring it back into use, they are just to deal with the safety issues.
Hence the desire for some of us to actually put it towards a more permanent solution. Okay. That's moved and seconded. Which one we were up to? That was number two.
Number two.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, Tim. Yes.
Just speaking quickly to this one, I think this is the specific item that kind of gives me concern for what's left behind after water shifts across, or if we decide to shift water across to a new entity. I know it's pretty crude looking at average percent. You but we need to drill into it to kind of set have urban separate from rural, etc. But you know, if you apply that in broad terms, there's definitely at least with the numbers that are presented here, there's a disconnect between the reduction in rates in year 3 and the corresponding water charge that would come from the new entity. And so for me, that generates some concern that the householder is going to be worse off. And so I think we do really need to address that in the medium term.
Well, yeah, so I think the question is, what's the underlying rate increase that year if water wasn't transferring? But not counting water projects. So the 16% decrease in rates proposed for the year. We know water's 25 to 30% of our revenue. We know some of it that revenue comes from meters and development contributions rather than just rates. So those things are all built in, but fundamentally there will be a rate increase for the other activities in council. So what does that look like?
Sorry, I can't answer that now. Is the answer. But I would say whatever route you go on water, there is a huge amount of work we need to do to assess the implications. So if it stays in-house, we need to ring fence it. There are additional costs for that. If it goes out, we need a program of work that's not just about setting up a new CCO, whether it be jointly with others or not, but it's a whole program of work about the implications for the organisation, given essentially a third of our revenue, a third of the activity of the council will be transferring out. It means big implications for lots of things, including how we rate. So all that will need to be reviewed, and we'll have a short amount of time to do it. I think 2 years seems like a long time. There is a lot of work to do, and the government's timetable means we haven't got the time to do all of that before decisions are made. We can only do that once the direction is given in the water services delivery plan agreed by council. So there are lots of questions to answer that we just don't have the answers to at the moment, and it will take us a considerable number of months to get to those answers.
Amanda.
I'm just looking back at historic graphs and stuff we've done earlier in the year when we used to show it with waters included and waters not. The 28 financial year was forecasting a 10.9% increase. So it would carry on with that same trajectory as that's on that graph right now. So although we've brought 27 down a couple of percent, so potentially we could have brought 28 down a couple of percent with all the things that we've been doing. It would still be sitting around 8%. So, and the bulk of that cost is waters related.
Yeah, I guess it's understanding what is the other stuff that's not water. So we understand why the 16% showing there when we'd expect maybe that's more like 20%. of a 25 to 30% cost, revenue that disappears.
I would guess it would just be inflation. So like the other operating budgets are staying pretty flat. We can see overall our 26 operating budgets are consistent in total to 2024 actual, and 25 annual plan. So if you take out all of the significant increases and legislative requirements that we have to do with water, the status quo would be similar to what it is in those later years, below 4%.
Yeah, I think additionally, there's probably some transition costs sort of captured in the years around that time, but we need to work through what's the most appropriate way to fund those, which is really why, one of the key reasons why we sort of targeted 27. It is the start of the next LTP, and it does give us sort of 2 years to work through all the issues that Councillor Blakely has highlighted, and it really is a fresh start for the whole of council, and that's the way we need to approach it.
John.
I think Paul's last comments just really reiterated what I was going to say. I think, well, firstly, I congratulate the staff on doing what they've done. It's one heck of a trip, and if I knew it was going to be like this in this job, I wonder where they would have started it, because things have changed so quickly and bounced around so much. It's hard because a lot of this stuff is coming through from previous years and coming through. We've got 4 major projects going to go at this present point of time. There's bouncing around with legislation, everything else we're going to, and while I don't like what the numbers say, we've got the numbers say what is actually true, and I think everybody is on the same page about getting the knife out and cutting things right back to the bone. I think there's a lot more we can do, but given the time constraints that we have at the minute, I don't think we can go too much further just right at the minute. I think we need to keep the microscope on what's going on. And I'll just make the comment that it could have been a lot easier if Audit New Zealand's actually done the things on time rather than what they're doing. And I also know it's legislation, but I'll also make the current criticism that why do we have to audit a draft plan, which is only a guideline, it's not an actual fact. So, thank you for what you've done.
Thank you. Okay, so number 2, I'm going to put that. Those in favour say aye. And against. That is carried. Number 3, moved by Councillor Hopkins and seconding Deputy Mayor Halelele. Thank you. Any speakers to that one? I'll put it, those in favour say aye. And against. That's quietly carried. Number 4, confirms proposals previously agreed by Council on the 4th of February. Councillor Hopkins moved, seconded Councillor Holding. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against. That is carried. Number 5, noting the summary and the issues raised and so on. I'm going to look at. We'll just do that one by itself. So move to Councillor Linwood. Deputy Mayor Halelele, thank you. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And those against. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. That's all good. Okay, I'm looking at the next ones, and I think we can pretty much take 6, 7, and 8 together. Someone having to move. Councillor Ryan moving. Yep, and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hopkins speaking to those.
I'll just speak to it very quickly. Oh, sorry.
In your place, Hopkins. Right. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. I guess this could be a speaking point on any of the recommendations that we're making today, but thanking staff for the work that they've done, but also I guess having going through this process for the first time, I have found parts of the process really challenging, and I chose to speak to this one being about the community engagement. Because I guess through the whole process, it hasn't always felt like we've really had a clear overarching strategy kind of guiding us. And that's made it really hard for me to be really confident in the future focused decisions that I'm making, especially because some of them are so significant. And, it just doesn't feel like we're getting limited detail to base those decisions off at the time. And it's absolutely not a criticism of staff at all. I think it's more of a conversation about local government in general and this process. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to maybe raise that if I am here in future years and others around this table, I'd really like us to be thinking about how we can be making engagement more meaningful and the process a lot clearer and easier to navigate, you know, for both for us, but also new elected members going through the process.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, perhaps to some extent echoing even tangentially what Councillor Ryan has said, I would just note that in almost each of the 10 key items on which we consulted, as I say, in almost every instance, if you added no option or don't know together, those two constituted the second biggest response to almost every question we asked. So there is still a very large level of public, well, there's an appetite, I think, for additional information and data on which people can base their judgments. I just encourage us to take that on board as well as the responses we did get.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to a little bit to, you know, people go on there to respond to particular issues, and so they do that. And maybe there's just should be an option where actually they just don't have to answer anything, and so it doesn't get counted in the don't know. It doesn't get counted as a don't know, because that's not really what it is either. But no, thanks for those comments. Right, I'm going to put those three together. Those in favour say aye. And against, that is carried. And number 9, some stuff about audit. Yes.
Question. The one thing that we haven't actually, I mean, I'm not saying we need to, or I'm not saying we can do it today, but we have been told by Amanda that the Beach Road decision is to come and will be presented. I'm presuming it'll be presented before the 24th of June. And I'm presuming there is a possible rates impact. So how are we going to factor that in, and what are we going to say to audit about that?
Who's speaking to that one? Oh,
No, I mean, the indication was that pretty much we'd operate within the parameters that are set out in the long-term plan. So there's still enough room in there to accommodate quite a number of the options that had been discussed.
Thank you.
thank you. Right, so someone move number 9. Tim, thank you. Hannah. Thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favour, please say aye. And against, that is carried. So yeah, I will again thank officers for all the work that they have done on this. I want to especially mention Mandy and her little team, and Amanda and her little team, both of which have been working really hard, noting in the chamber we've got Ali and Tim here, but you've also got other members that have been working hard on this, so please pass on our thanks to them. To all the officers who have contributed to this, which I don't imagine there's too many that haven't. So thank you for the work you've done. Thank you for trying to find the savings and so on where you can. And thanks for putting up with our repetitive questions at times, but hopefully you've found them as intriguing and well thought out as we all have. But no, it's not been an easy road, and you know, talking to Mandy the other day, who spent 20 months on this basically, and still has a month or 2 to go, to be fair. There's a bit of work to be done between now and the end of June when we actually adopt it, so yeah, all the best for that. So with that, we finally can get to move to the next item, which is going to be the Oamaru North Master Plan, and in doing so, welcome Mel Jones to the chamber, and ask for Joe to introduce this.
So, excuse me, on a lighter note, the Oamaru North Master Plan, which has come from the body of work through economic development from the Uplifting Waitaki, plan. It enabled community engagement. It's intentional in creating possibilities, which will allow us to be agile when funding is a potential for such avenues as those things identified by the community as desirable in the Oamaru North area. I'll hand over to Mel to talk about the plan.
Thank you, Jo. Kia ora tātou. Good to be here, and I'm joined today by Ruth Evans from Barkers and Associates, and Barkers and Associates helped us with the Central Oamaru Master Plan and also with the Oamaru North Master Plan. Just to summarise what's in the paper, so today we're seeking adoption of the Oamaru North Master Plan. And as a reminder, this is a long-term vision for the development, and it is part of the placemaking programme of work. And I will say here that this work was led by Cynthia Christensen, who was our placemaking lead and has just finished her contract. We've had great community engagement and feedback along the way, and very consistent feedback, both from elected members who've been at workshops, businesses and community residents. Oamaru North, very different to Central Oamaru, not least the physical component on it. A real challenge, you know, having state highway running directly through the centre of that area makes it very challenging, and you'll see some of the opportunities I'll talk to later. It's also very culturally far more diverse than Central Oamaru. And I loved one of the little quotes in the engagement, that it's a learning hub for the town, because there are so many schools there, and of course, obviously a big variety of churches too. And we have great opportunities coming in the future. We've already got a number of sporting facilities and a lot of sports groups up there, but with the Centennial Park Event Centre development, that's going to become a lot more vibrant. Challenges are not new, and then I think, you know, this has made it quite a straightforward master plan to develop. The state highway, as I mentioned, cuts through the town centre, so makes it very difficult to create a defined area. It's elongated, and traffic management and traffic congestion were stated time and again by residents and businesses. So ensuring that it's more safe and more accessible for walkers, for cyclists, for drivers is a key part of the recommendation. It is also noted not enough facilities for young people and not enough community spaces. We felt it was very notable in some of the workshops. There's a real strong community vibe there, and there was a request for more areas where the community could congregate. We also identified some housing challenges. It's difficult for council to resolve that, but with our housing officer, we are looking at longer term opportunities, looking to develop a need for more diverse housing and housing that's more reflective of the community needs. The opportunities, there were 3 that have been identified. Reimagining our public spaces and beautification to make it easier and easier for people to interact, and the visual appeal too. I think there's an opportunity here. The work that we've done with the Waitaki Identities and Story is actually bring some of that work to life in Oamaru North, and we talk about that in the plan. Also the points about making it safer, and then bringing the cultural flavour to life. So 3 key moves: Frome Street and State Highway 1, looking at making that more accessible, and streetscape enhancements. Roberts Park, which is an obvious one and right in the centre there, more places for young people to gather and older people to gather, better lighting and more amenities, more play areas, and possibly some public art. And then the whole area around Centennial Park activation. Obviously, it's a significant amount of investments gone in there, and there's some good opportunities now for us to look to how we leverage that. Obviously, we recognise, and you've just been talking about it, funding is a challenge. There isn't money in the long-term plan, but I think the piece to note here is that this is a blueprint for the future, so that when funding opportunities do come up, if there's new initiatives, we've got shovel-ready projects ready to go. Equally, one other point that was very noticeable through the engagement was the strong community cohort. And we believe there's an opportunity for council to work with business groups and with the community members to actually put some simple activations in place that could just make a difference. And you'll see in the action plan, there's some suggestions made there, for example, tree planting and food events and so on. So I won't say any more than that, but open to any questions. If anybody has some.
Thank you, Mel, and welcome Ruth as well. Thank you for joining us as one of the contractors on this particular project. So councillors, any questions or comments? Rebecca.
Thank you. Totally appreciate that this is a living document and that it is a living document. But I'm just wondering why, I guess, we haven't had an opportunity to input after consultation kind of closed. We were a part of the discussions and that sort of thing, but I was just surprised to see this coming straight to us for adoption rather than, and that, you know, the feedback is quite straightforward and there is real alignment, which is fantastic. But I just wondered why, if there are, you know, issues that are raised that.
Yeah, no, that is a very fair point. I think we thought it was fairly straightforward and we would take the opportunity today. So Ruth's online, so if there are suggestions that we want to make, we can make them today, which is one of the recommendations is if there's any adaptations required, we can build them into it. So yeah, very open to any thoughts.
So I'll go to Jim and then, yeah, if anyone's got any other comments.
Very quickly, a question and a comment. The question is, can the map on page 171 of our agenda be modified? Sorry, the lines on the map be modified slightly to incorporate the totality of the residential area. There's a little bit at the very far north end of Oamaru that is outside the red circle at the moment. And I believe simply because of the magnitude of some of the issues confronting people in that area that it should be included. And my comment relates to that. The one thing I would like to see, or the two things I'd like to see the master plan include more specifically is perhaps a timetable for the reimagining of Roberts Park, rather than general comments about how good it would be to reimagine Roberts Park. And although there is a passing reference to improved flood protection on page 184, the matter only crops up on page 190. Hang on, I'll just bring it up on my screen. Page 190, where it's identified under thriving business residents and businesses, improved flood resilience. I would like to see that amended to read, establish a timetable to find solutions to respond to increasing magnitude and frequency. I know that you say that the document's not a planning instrument, but in my view, something like that could at least then be picked up and actioned through other components of the council's planning and strategic arsenal. So that's what I would like to suggest.
Thank you. And I think if we can go to Josh, who may be aware of, I think we've got something in the plan around stormwater in the north end. Have we? No, it's okay. I think if there is something in the LTP that aligns with that, then perhaps that could be mentioned in some way.
Yeah, and yes, that's yeah. Look to Ruth to make some comments too. I'm comfortable with that. On the timetable to reimagine Roberts Park, there isn't budget at the moment, but there could be an opportunity to look at some of the placemaking funds that are remaining in the Better Off funds. So that's an opportunity if we want to look at that, because we haven't yet ratified what we're doing with the remainder of that fund. So that could be an option.
Yeah, it'd be good to get an understanding of what the community could see it as being. Absolutely. Right, we've Jeremy, John, Hannah, and Tim.
I could be quick. I just was surprised also that there was nothing in the long-term plan budget. So I think that some of these things we might need to address in the shorter term, sooner rather than later, especially with the sports and event centre coming on.
And yeah, absolutely. Bearing in mind though, we're doing another, council's doing another LTP in 2 years' time. They get to do it sooner rather than later, so normally 3 years. John?
Yeah, look, I'm surprised that there is no planning put in this, bearing in mind there's 2 major sports fields out there in Centennial Park and the Showgrounds. There's 4 schools, two of them secondary schools, and St Joseph's is moving out there, which will make it even bigger. We've got an event centre building out there, and it's a bottleneck at the best of times now. So I think that would be the focus that I'll be picking on, is actually access in and out. It's diabolical right now. The rest of it comes as you can get people to come and go, otherwise they won't go at all.
Jeremy? Oh, sorry. Hannah.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same as Councillor McCone. I'm just mindful of the timeframe for the anticipated timeframe for the event centre to be built and to line up things to, you know, to make sure that signage and all of that kind of thing is there. That would be really helpful. Plus the schools, like it's a whole sub-community on its own.
And I certainly think there is still an opportunity for council officers to be talking collaboratively around, well, what funds are there in different pots, like the Parks and Recs area, to say, well, how might we deploy those monies to better effect or to meet some of the goals that we've outlined here.
Tim?
Yeah, thanks. I just endorse those comments about traffic as priority one, but I just wanted to flag, I know we talked about it in the last session, I just kind of don't see it featuring, well, unless I've missed it prominently in the work here. To me, strategically, the strategic part of the beautification and space for community enjoyment sits in the Waimaro Showgrounds. And I know the council doesn't own it, but yeah, I think there's a big opportunity there to make that into a space that part of town actually has access to.
Yeah, and there was a discussion with after our last meeting, actually, I know Cindy did meet with the showground people to talk about where the opportunities might be. And there's broad commitment, endorsement of discussing.
Okay. Thanks. I'm just going to go to Ruth. Given the comments up to now, is there anything you want to add yet at the moment?
Nothing at the moment, although I wouldn't mind
Sorry?
clarifying Councillor Hopkins' comment about the map extending. Was it just extending it slightly north?
Just to probably include more of the residential and maybe some of the industrial park, is it?
Well, certainly the residential. I did think about the industrial park as well. To some extent, it is a separate entity with its own set of planning rules that were created when the subdivision was established. And the reason I suggested the including of those that relatively small number of properties that are not shown in the red line at the moment, that's the area that really has an immediate impact in front of it through the ORC's classification of that particular part of Oamaru as a floodplain or a flood area. So I just think that having 90% of that impacted area identified and 10% missed out is something that we could amend.
That makes sense. That's clear now. Thank you.
Okay. Jim?
Just going back to the traffic flow, we had our traffic lights, then the change in government and policy removed them. We have flagged to NZTA, and I will continue to advocate on behalf of council at the Regional Transport Committee that planning needs to stay in place. Because once the event centre is opened up, it's not only going to be diabolical to get out onto the state highway, but it also means that those link roads that run parallel to the highway are going to get excessive use as well.
Thank you, Tim.
Sorry, I did have one further question or comment, just regarding the master plan, and I know there's a separate piece of work being undertaken around our approach to coastal erosion. I just wondered, as part of this master plan overview, how that kind of linked in and around Waitaki Boys, and making sure that we're all aligned, like ourselves, IRC, Ministry of Education, Waitaki Boys themselves, about what the desired outcome is there, rather than waiting until we've got 10 years to think about it. It would be best to be planning, 30, 40 years ahead of time. And if coastal mitigation is a realistic proposition, then it probably is one that's got a better likelihood of success if you undertake it at an earlier point. I guess is what I'm trying to flag here.
I mean, it's certainly an interdependency. I mean, there wasn't a huge amount of community feedback on that specifically. I don't know, Ruth, if you recall much. I don't think that there was a whole lot, but given where it is, and it's obviously up in the north end, there is there's an overlap, but the focus was more around that the central area and the traffic and the congestion challenges.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Someone happy to move? Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Deputy Mayor Halalele, thank you. Any further comment? I'll move. Yeah, those. Sorry, I was going to say something else, but no, I will go to the vote. So those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, that's carried. So what I was going to say was thank you very much to Mel, and acknowledge the work that you've done on this, and Cindy as well, and from Ruth and team, thank you very much for the contributions, and just to acknowledge that you are with us until another month and a bit. So, but yeah, it's good that you've been able to tick this one off as part of the work that you've been doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, we're going to the next item, which is the parking, Oamaru CBD paid parking, and got Andrew Barsley joining us in the chamber. Not sure if Roger wants to introduce this one to start off. Okay. 204, yeah.
Thank you very much. This parking paper presents you with many options, and that's what it's been designed to do. To continue generating in the most effective way the current revenue, to restore the revenue to pre-COVID levels, or to actually grow the revenue. And we acknowledge that some of the options may be quite controversial for you, and we don't actually expect you to accept them all. Currently, parking revenue is circa $80,000. Pre-COVID, it was in the region of 250. If we adopt just the current areas with the changes suggested around timings, it could generate 450,000. And if you take on the additional options that we've listed at the bottom, they'll add an extra forecast, add an extra 300,000 in revenue. Andrew's here and he's happy to take questions.
Thank you. Anything you want to add before we go to questions, Andrew? No? Okay. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Linwood's had to leave, so she has left a couple of questions with me to ask on her behalf. One was around the forecast revenue, so you've answered that one, but how will that revenue be used is the other part of her question.
Depending on the funding model that we use, for instance, if we lease the machines, part of the revenue would obviously go towards that cost. And then the revenue really is up to whatever the council decides to spend it on.
Right. So, sorry, Roger. So the numbers you used, is that the total cost, not the net? Total revenue, not the net.
Yeah, the figures are presented with the forecast revenue that the options would generate.
And so what's the cost? You're going to say, what's the actual surplus?
The cost would depend on which option we go for, whether we go for purchase or lease, and also how many machines you choose to purchase. The options, as we've talked about in the workshop, if you choose to have coin operated machines, then they need to, I believe they need to be closer together. If you go with pay my park, tap and go type options, they can be further dispersed. So we haven't got the indicative costs yet because there's two suppliers that would have to go into competitive tender.
Okay, Rebecca. I'll work my way along.
Do we have any data on like the occupancy rates and average stay times in the different parking areas that we're being asked to sort of consider making paid?
Because of the poor functionality of our machines and the fact that possibly only about 20% of the machines are actually operating as they're supposed to, we can't give accurate data in regards to occupancy and how often people are actually, the number of vehicles using the park and paying each day. You also have to remember that the 1 hour free parking, I mean, like if everybody only came into Oamaru and parked for 1 hour, we'd get no revenue. So based on the current model that we have, it'd be very difficult to get any data unless we actually had people placed out there counting the vehicles.
John, and then Jeremy.
Yeah, look, I can see in principle, and it's totally sort of a hard-nosed attitude, I suppose. Anywhere in any city or any town in the country, you pay parking wherever you go. On that basis, I notice you've defined Humber Street and everything else. You've also got to be very careful you don't make that impossible for those that work in that area, that parking becomes totally unreasonable and not for them. I do think it would be, my personal opinion, is the lights around the Victorian part of town, that we do have some sort of charge down there. There are outside visitors using our facilities and somehow it's got to be paid. How it's done, I don't know. I don't know if we need to do the hours free parking anymore. I think people are used to paying, and I think we make it nice and simple, and that's my opinion.
Jeremy.
Just in regards to the new additional off parks around that area, have you canvassed any feedback from the businesses and the trust and people involved in that area?
No, we haven't. Not at this point. We're just seeking some guidance from council in regards to what they would find acceptable.
I personally wouldn't mind getting some feedback from the businesses and the users of the area just before we committed to it today.
Brent.
I don't think it's any shock that I support. The way I see it is, if you're coming to town, anywhere else, you've got to pay for parking. But the only thing here that I am struggling with is, I know there's obviously some more work to be done, but I would need to know what their sort of net is, like what are the outgoing costs as to what we actually might bring in against us for any of these options, I suppose, to the extent that if we're going to lease machines, is it, and we've got that income, how much is that, if that lease is really high, that would change my decision in its entirety without sort of knowing what the outgoings were, I guess. But, as simple as possible for me, and I have no problem with people paying for parking. Taking into account what Councillor McCone said, I think we still have to have some areas that are available for people to park while they're working in town and those sorts of things.
Jim.
On that particular vein, surely with the technology of pay by plate, if someone was parking down there for work or in an area for work, surely there should be an ability for them to come to council for a token $20 to be logged into the system so that that plate is then registered as someone who's in that area for work and wouldn't come to the notice of our monitoring staff.
Well, we do offer $8 for 4-day parking, which is obviously half of what it would normally cost. We also offer parking permits, which would apply to off-street car parks that council controls, and they are significantly cheaper. They're only about 40% of what the actual real cost is if you were to pay by the hour. So we do actually have that ability. We have parking permits and $8 for all-day parking.
I've got a second question from Courtney. She said, will we be using performance indicators to evaluate how much paid parking affects foot traffic or retail turnover in our CBD? If the impacts are large, then can we reevaluate the implementation of 1 hour free parking again? Roger.
So that would be a decision of council. You can put it in or take it out at your discretion.
Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I'm broadly supportive of all of this, but I probably echo the questions around, you know, we've just heard about what the revenue is. We need to see what the outgoings are. You know, what's the direct cost? What are the overheads applied? What's the cost of the lease on the equipment? And then, you know, if there's nothing dropping out the bottom or we're in deficit, then we probably need to have another look at this again. But I think I would go further and add to this in recommendation 4, for example, and I see it came through as a submission in the LTP. You know, there should be an item F there for Urchin Street between Tees and Wharf Street, which I'm pretty sure we did discuss it at the time. And then based on the public forum this morning, probably based on everyone's comments so far, I'd be keen to see this lie and have some further information come back. But if we were going to progress it today, I'd be wanting to introduce a further recommendation, something that attempts to address the issues raised by the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club and, you know, the associated owners of that car park this morning. And, you know, I'm sure if we got creative, we could pull together something where we bring in the same kind of parking enforcement system into that park, and basically the revenue that is generated from that space, exclusive in that particular case, exclusive of an overhead charge being applied, the net would go back to them by way of a grant or something. That's just my thoughts on that one.
Roger.
So a couple of things there. I don't know whether Andrew has indicative costs from his conversations with the manufacturers we might be able to share with us, but they would be indicative costs. In relation to the Itchen Street area, through the discussions, we felt the indication was not to put paid parking on there, but that can be added if that's something if council want to add. In relation to the squash and badminton facility, one other option, I don't know whether you'd consider, would be to replace their income through a community grant, which would allow the council to talk about how much they support sports and that sort of thing, and then let's relinquish the lease on the car park there, so we're not sort of blurring things between. It seemed fairly clear in my mind that they need the money to keep going. They look forward to that income, and the parking is a byproduct of that.
I looked at this and I thought, geez, what a money hungry bunch of people we've got. Whilst I admire commercialism, I don't I don't know that we should be doing some of this when we're actually operating a monopoly service, and we've got to be mindful that actually we're in a bit of an affordability situation around our community at the moment. Trying to tax every single parking space that we can, I don't think is going to achieve a good outcome for our community. This is, we've been talking about getting rates down, and now we're looking at how we actually make a profit from people just parking to go to work. And for many of them not earning high salaries like some of us around this table or around the community. So I understand the benefits of moving traffic on and making sure that there's rotation, making sure there are parking spaces available for people, but to actually turn it into a revenue gathering process, I think is just going too far, and to spread the areas where parking needs to be done on a very strategic basis on what's the demand in any particular area, and who are the users, and how do we make sure that there are enough free options so that it doesn't come a case of that someone has to either walk a couple of kilometres to get to work, or they've got to pay $8 a day or whatever it might be. I just think we're going way too far with what's being proposed here, and while I like the technology, it's much better than what we've currently got, and there's some really good options. I also hear around the table the questions about how do we take care of this or that, and how do we basically undo what we're actually putting in there? How do we put a meter into this other car park so that we can still make sure that that club's got money coming into it, when fundamentally, I mean, do we really need to be taking the money off people to do that? Or at least it would take it away from ratepayers if it's being paid by ratepayers. But for me, that's the challenge that I'm looking at, and if we have metered parking, I want to make sure it works for making sure there's turnover, and that there's that it covers its costs, not that it makes a big surplus necessarily. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mayor Kircher, I had some concerns along the same lines, to some extent assuaged by the actual wording of the recommendations. And also I foreshadow that I intend to move a couple of relatively minor and I think non-contentious amendments to 4 and 5. But 4 does not say that all of those areas would become paid car parking zones. It simply says that we approve the introduction of additional on and off street car parking zones in those areas. Now, that to me is much more conditional and doesn't, I mean, I certainly do not construe from that everything's going to change. Equally, I don't support and won't support 6 under any circumstances. But I think the concerns you've expressed can be identified with a further refinement of 4 and 5. So I simply offer that as a comment at this stage.
The other thing I didn't say was, if we're going to do this for here, we're going to do the same for Marama or other places where there are actual real issues with parking. There's been no consideration of actually how do we manage the demand in places where there are significant issues. Roger, and then Andrew. Sorry, he's always going to go first, right? Andrew.
When Andrew and I wrote number 4, it was written with the intent that elected councillors would be able to go through and say 4A, 4C, but not 4B, etc. like that. So it was so you could pick the ones that you agreed or didn't agree. That's why it was written like that. It took quite a long time to write these recommendations. The paper is Elmeroo CBD parking, so other areas weren't within the scope at the time of writing this. But if you would like the money hungry group of people to write a paper for other areas, then we can expand the scope. I do just want to remind you that the current machines have really reached their end of life, and we do need to leave with a decision today, even if we are only going to maintain what we've got, so we can commence that with a view to look at expansion at a future date if you so desire. But we do need to start the process because the 3G comes to the end of its life, and we won't be the only council chasing down these machines.
I totally accept that. And I'm coming from the principle of using meters as a way to ensure there's turnover of car parks and there's parking availability. And it's not about the money hungry aspect of it. So where are those other issues? How do we utilise meters perhaps to manage some of those? Andrew, your turn, definitely.
So just to go back to the question earlier on about some indicative costs. I sought indicative costs from both of the suppliers in regards to what the models would look like. Obviously, there's commercial sensitivity because we'll be asking for them to submit their tenders. But looking at the potential revenue of 470,000, if from both of the suppliers, if we were to take the lease model, we would still be receiving revenue in excess of $350,000 a year. Based on the lease model. We have depreciated funds that could pay for the outright purchase of the machines, which indicatively are around the $350,000 to $400,000 mark. And that is just replacing what we currently have. The pre-COVID revenue is based on the machines operating at 95% reliability and with enforcement. And that was at $1.10 per hour, and the revenue was $250,000. In 2023, we increased the fees for parking by 90% up to a flat rate of $2 an hour. So just based on the current cost of parking, not increasing that, replacing the number of machines that we currently have with reliable machines and the level of enforcement that we previously had, then that potential revenue is based exactly on that. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be achieving $450,000 in revenue a year. Just looking at the squash and badminton club's car park quickly after listening to the meeting earlier on, there's about 25 parks in there. If we did a 50-50 split model where 50% of the people parked there all day at $8 an hour and the other parks were used for an average of three hours, at a cost of $2 an hour, you're looking at approximately $50,000 in revenue, which could go back to the costs in regards to that car park. In regards to option 4, looking at the likes of Humber Street car park, that's an asset council has that people are using, getting free parking at the moment. It costs us to, it's just recently all the car parks have been remarked and spray painted. That comes at a cost to council. And there's an opportunity here for council to actually at least cover some of the costs associated with providing this free car parking to people. And I just go back to what Mr. Cook said, that we're not by any means suggesting that all A right through to E are what should be adopted. It's merely pointing out to councillors that these are car parks that council owns, that they're paying for the maintenance of, and we have the opportunity to recoup some of the costs for providing that parking to people.
Thank you. Hannah?
Thank you. I quite like the idea of looking at watch car parks, like that we could try and generate some revenue just to at least cover some of the overheads. If you can afford to go to the pub or the restaurant, I'm sure you can afford to put something in the parking meters. But I do agree with Tim, Councillor Blackler's idea around just a separate arrangement for the badminton squash, like group and just having something there. But I'm quite open, like to considering what are the different options that we can have to consider how we can generate a bit more revenue, at least to cover the overheads and then just something else. So that's what I'm thinking.
John?
I totally agree with what Hannah said. You've got to cover your overheads. We're asking everybody else to stand up and pay their way, and the revenue that we're collecting will certainly cover that off, I think. Again, we've got to be careful how we do it. I think once the event centre comes up, we're going to have a bottleneck up there that's probably going to require some sort of enforcement to keep people moving on or park up there. It's bad enough now. Yeah, I just think it's a no-brainer, especially in this end of town where we've got a whole lot more, probably I would suspect. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, especially coming through into the summer season with the Alps Ocean and the attractions down there, 60 or 70% of those parking there will be out from town. So you're not hitting your people. Yes, you've got to keep your retailers going here, and you don't want to penalise those. You know, it's $40 a week at $8 a day. That's pretty tough on a wage packet. You've got to have them somewhere to park. But those that are coming visiting and everything else, they have the ability to pay and expect to pay.
Jim.
I wonder if you'd be willing to entertain recommendations at this stage.
Well, I'm trying to find standing orders now. Not very easy to navigate website, but just to look at moving the lie on the table. I'd certainly want more information. I think I totally take on board that the various areas were put down as options, but it just looks like a money grab to to go quite as far as we are. And so it'd be good to understand properly what some of the options are around what the costs are and how we cover those. And if we were to make a surplus, then have some agreement around what that should be utilised for, so that we can actually say to the community, this is what you're going to get out of it at the end of it. So to me, there's more information than I would like. And I don't think we've been able to canvass that as well as we should up to now. So yeah, I'm not quite moving that we let it lie on the table, but I'm just investigating. Are people comfortable with the information that we've got? Because there's a lot of gaps in it.
Well, you haven't heard the recommendations that I'd like to put, which may allay yours and other members' concerns. If you'll allow me at least to express them and see if there's an interest in their being seconded, I'll do so. One would be as it is. Two would be 2B, approves the use of cashless models of pay-by-plates only, and instructs officers to investigate a parking card that can be topped up. 3 would be as it stands. 4 would read as follows: approves the introduction of some additional on and off-street paid car parking zones in the following areas, comma, with final approval to sit with council. And then I would leave the A, B, C, D, and E as they are. I would amend 5 to read as follows: approves the removal of 1 hour free parking after 10 a.m. Monday to Saturday for a 6-month trial period, with foot traffic implications to be reviewed at that time. And I'm not prepared to move 6 at all.
Can I just check what you said on number 5?
Approves the removal of 1 hour free parking after 10 a.m. Monday to Saturday for a 6-month trial period, with foot traffic implications to be reviewed at that time.
Okay.
I'll second that with a further amendment if you entertain it, Councillor Hopkins, which is to add on 4 an additional item F, which, bearing in mind your amended wording at the beginning of that, still needs to come back, but Itchen Street between Tees and Wharf Street.
Personally, I would vote against it if it did come back to us, but I'll approve it coming in. I agree to that being added at the moment, yes.
Thank you. And then a further item, which, bearing in mind that 6 has been removed, would become the new item 6, which would be engage with interested parties in the Oamaru Squash and Badminton car park to come to an arrangement whereby
come to a potential revenue sharing arrangement.
Yes, yeah.
I've agreed with that.
John.
Just out of curiosity, the squash club owns that piece of ground?
Squash club owns sort of half, and Scottish Hall owns the other half.
And we own the Scottish Hall?
No.
Oh. So it's 2 private enterprise.
community enterprises, yeah. Jim.
Just speaking to the motions, possibly in allaying your fears, Mayor Kircher, is it not staff's desire to get the commitment in terms of throwing the danky old machines out and committing to the pay by plate is a decision that we can make, but then the rest of it could be brought back to us in a paper to council to actually fine tune the areas in play. Although having said that, I'm comfortable enough with the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to it? Jeremy?
Similar to what's your name? Councillor Jim. No, sorry. But in I'm happy to get the new machines replaced, but the option 4 part, I would rather investigate, and I would like the community canvas to some degree of the issues and options they see down there, so we have a broad understanding of the need.
Well, the resolution's still up.
Does it?
Tim and then Bree.
Yes, just speaking to the motion, I totally support what Councillor Holding's saying, and I would hope that those kind of perspectives would come back, and even taking into consideration Councillor Thompson's earlier remarks about, you know, how could we cater for, and it may even alleviate Mayor Kircher's concerns. How do we cater for those who are coming into town to work, that are regular users who, you know, surely we're able to facilitate a good outcome for them, but also capture the revenue from you know, travellers out of town coming through and visiting our area.
I just want to check, Mr. Bowers, that was based on a lease model, the rough estimate that you gave in the way of costings versus revenue, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, circa in excess of 350.
Yeah. I see here that, you know, whilst we've traditionally done capital expenditure, you know, be my preference around this with being technology and the services that we can wrap around this type of technology. That's something we're not taking on internally as much. So I do support the leasing option for that.
Rebecca.
Thank you. I'm supportive of where things have landed with the motion that Councillor Hopkins and Blackler have put forward. But I just also hope that in these sort of discussions, we're considering how we can be encouraging more active transport as well, and providing for options for that in town too.
Yeah, I just see, you know, as much as it's going to come back to us, people just seeing us spreading the area wider and wider, even wider than what's in the report, spreading it to areas where people have to already, you know, they park, they already have quite a walk to get to work, that we're going to make the walk even further. We're going to push more traffic into suburban streets, creating problems outside houses more and more. So yeah, I do have a problem with that. I support the technology as much as I've been against meters generally. I think, you know, these meters the technology is good. They're easy to enforce. They, you know, it doesn't require, you know, someone can be going around on a scooter with the camera doing their plate ID. So it'd be good to know whether it's that sort of technology that we're going to actually utilise as opposed to someone walking around. So it's very quick and very easy to monitor car parking around the place, and particularly those times when it's busy. Yeah, and in all seriousness, I think, you know, we do have major problems with parking in other parts of the district that would be, you know, some of the local residents would actually appreciate some measures to actually keep either get some revenue from or at least keep parks available for themselves. So anyway, I'll be putting them one by one as we go through these, but that's my view. So, councillor Hopkins, do you want to write a reply?
I just wanted to exercise, yes, if I may, very briefly. All the concerns you've raised are legitimate and in some instances, they're concerns I share. At some point, we're going to have to engage with the community. And it seems to me that all we've done today is, if assuming there is a vote in favour of the recommendations as mooted, all we're doing effectively is sharing with the community an idea and inviting people to say to us, oi, hands off, in terms of, let's say, recommendation for hands off A or B or C or D or E or F or all of them. And essentially expecting us to take into account the views they express. So I don't, by any stretch of the imagination, see this as a done deal. On the contrary, I see it as a way of addressing your concerns, but progressing the proposal in a way that gives the community a meaningful opportunity to engage.
Thank you. With that, I'll put number one, which is as is. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against. Number two, which is approves the use of cashless models of pay by plate units and instructs officers to investigate a parking card that can be topped up at council facilities in lieu of the cash payment option. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against. That's carried. Number three, as it's written, those in favour.
Aye.
Against. Carried. Number four, can you say the wording again, Councillor Hopkins?
Approve the introduction of some additional on and off street paid car parking zones in the following areas, comma, with final approval to sit with council. And then A, B, C, D, and E as in the recommendations, and F as mooted by Councillor Blackburn.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. Number five, approves the removal of 1 hour free parking after 10 AM Monday to Saturday. Those in favour say aye. Well, for a 6-month trial.
Yes.
Yes. Those in favour? New machine. We're talking about new machines, so it'll be new machines. I think we need it just so that we have a few complaints about the current machines. Well, we've got those. And then you weren't moving number 6 at all.
But there is a new 6 confirmed.
Which was around this Scottish Hall situation. So does anyone want that read out again? Yeah, could you read that? Do you have it? Thank you.
Yeah. That staff engage with interested parties at the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Car Park to come to a potential revenue sharing arrangement. Is that what you?
Yes.
Okay.
I just do want to clarify for the record though that's inclusive of the Scottish Hall side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So that's how everyone takes it is, yeah, okay.
Okay. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. Thank you, Andrew. That gives you something to do. For further clarification, seek Councillor Hopkins' guidance on that one. Okay.
10, so it's lunch and I'm going to take out afternoon tea.
Is it ready? Is it some ready?
No idea, but
no. So we're just sorting out whether we take a break right now or okay, yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break and then be back into the long-term plan other document discussions.
Just say yes.
No, welcome back. And we're going straight to, let me find which one. 6.2, page 65. Thank you very much. And hand over to Mandy. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. So we're just at stage of adopting the policy on development contributions and financial contributions 2025 policy. Basically, we consulted on the policy. I take the report as read, but we consulted on this policy in consultation with, at the same time as we consulted on the long-term plan. And during that time, we only received 5 submissions to the policy, which that feedback has been shared with you all. The attachments that you've got here today to that report are the updated policy on development contributions and financial contributions. And the in red is all those highlighted changes that have come out of pre-consultation, what we went out with, and also post consultation. There's been some highlighted changes since that, which in attachment 2, you'll see the minor corrections and changes to the development contributions policy. Those changes are just some grammatical changes that have been picked up along the way, as well as we passed the policy to Anderson Lloyd for their legal review, and they have picked up a couple of small errors which have also been incorporated that need to be, not errors, but just clarification on some of the points to make the reading of that paragraph a little bit clearer. And then further to that, I have put on your table today, it is in the policy that was attached, but I wanted to just identify for your own clarification where on that attachment 2, I missed including the changes to the financial figures. When we started our consultation with the public in February, we had different timings on a lot of those proposals and projects, and those shifting of times of the water and wastewater and roading projects and costs in different areas, that's made some changes to those contributions required in each of those areas. Majority of those areas have, like Kurau, because of the review on their water projects there, that has reduced what the DCs for the water would be significantly. And a lot of the other areas have come up. One that's come up probably the most is Waihemo, but that is now in line with the other main areas being Oamaru and the Ahuriri area with Odumatara at 8,500 as well. And that's just in line with the projects and proposals of water and wastewater activities that are in there for the term of the long-term plan. As well, there has been some changes through the remodelling and the review of all those proposals, just to the land use differential charges, not much, but just down the bottom, I've put that in that table below, just showing, for example, there's been some slight lifts in the numbers to what was in the policy previously. So not a lot of change, like 5.21 to 5.06 on the rural. That's the only change that we've had. We had feedback, as you've seen, matters arising for consultation is on attachment 3. And there was the feedback that was received. We went through that and we discussed that through deliberations, and it didn't require any change to the policy. And at attachment 4, it is just the reconsideration objection forms that are part of the process for when we receive those reconsiderations. For your information, just in the last couple of days, there's also that form is now being created into an online form, so that'll be a lot easier for people to complete as well. That's part of their IS work that the team's doing downstairs. So it's great to get that simplified a little bit prettier than the uglier one that I had created. So yeah, so that's basically that. So yeah, it's just now at the stage of getting that adopted so that we can get that in place from 1 July 2025.
Thanks, Mandy. Just a quick question. You've got the changes to table 1 that you shared with us, and it talks about the restricted zones and the price per cubic metre. I wonder whether it's worth having an extra column to that, which just indicates what a standard unit is for each of the schemes, because they do differ, and that will just help perhaps if that's feasible to do that.
I believe what they do, I will check into that, see if it's possible to do it here, but I do believe that they do that is on our fees and charges list, that they break that down specifically by each area on that one. So it is available on our website, but I think if it's not there, I will get that clarified to add here. If it is there, then I'll just make a reference to that fees and charges list. So yeah. Thank you for that.
That's good. Thank you. Tim.
I just had 2 questions, page 91 of the report. self-contained has some amended wording there, and I just wondered if we could understand the impact of, or what the intended outcome is from the change of wording there. And the second question is, in light of the government's announcements around changes to development contributions, what do we expect to see in this space in the short to medium term?
The clarification on the self-contained is just to make that more easier understood. The previous wording on that was a little bit vague. It was, I can't remember the exact wording that was brought, but it was very confused English. So that was just to clarify it so that it makes it really easy. If you're putting in a self-contained dwelling of a sort, what we do find is a lot of, oh, not a lot, a number of developers will just leave an area with a bench top. Everything else pertains to it being a self-contained dwelling with a bathroom and a laundry, but just a bench in the open plan kitchen, dining, which they're calling a playroom. So it's just giving real clarification that's all that's needed to be a kitchen area this time. If it looks like it's self-contained with all the other amenity, then it would be considered as that. Before, the wording was just a little bit too vague to make that scripture. So
the intended outcome there is for those scenarios to try and capture a development contribution where they were not being captured in the past.
correct, it makes it easier for assessment, and then if it's been incorrectly assessed, and if they can request a reconsideration, if it's absolutely not what it is intended to be, then they can come back and request a reconsideration.
Thank you. And the second question?
At this stage, I don't believe it'll impact the current policy that we have. If there's any changes that do require any change, we can review the policy as required. Obviously, with Waters looking to move in 2027, we'll be reviewing that as part of the long-term plan, but we can bring any review forward. There was a development contribution working group meeting in Hamilton last week. Unfortunately, we didn't have anybody there, but I am yet to catch up with to see what those implications will be. We'll bring it back to you.
Jim.
Yeah, look, I have a couple of comments and more substantial question. Comments both relate to page 91 or 91 and 81 of the agenda. I think under self-contained in 91, those amended 5 words or 4 words at the end, I think it would actually be helpful if that was changed slightly to read which makes the unit self-contained rather than which makes this self-contained. And I also notice on that page there's a definition of Maori land as defined in the Te Turu Whenua Maori Act. No such definition of Maori land occurs on page 81, where the DC offset or DC discount is identified. And I think that the information on 91 should be added as a final sentence after the sentence ending chief executive on page 81. The question I have relates to basically page 95 onwards. I've raised this before, but I cannot for the life of me see how there can be any components for which 100% DC is charged. And yet on pages 95, 96, 97, 98, 100, 102, there are a variety of particular identified projects or costs to which we propose to assign 100% to development contributions. And I don't see how that can possibly be deemed to be appropriate. For instance, how can a growth-related provision impact Dunback drinking standard? Cancel that. District hydraulic analysis. I don't want to go through them all,
but in my view, they should either be reviewed or we should have an explanatory note saying why we have chosen to do that. And the other question I'm asking is, have we looked at page 105, where you've got roading percentages that simply to me don't make sense, in as much as we've got different DC level bridges and for seal extensions and for gravel and so on. In my view, any contiguous section of a road should have a standard DC charge assigned to it. There just shouldn't be differences of that sort, it seems to me. And I'm wondering why we have continued to have A, the 100% allocations in some instances, and B, those curious and anomalous roading DC charges in the other.
Thanks, Mandy.
Just seeing if Mr. Paul's, Mr. Hope's finger was getting, did you want to?
Yeah, go to Paul.
Yeah, no, I mean, so the items that are 100%, they've been determined that they are purely growth related works. I mean, that's why they're 100%. So like hydraulic analysis, you only do that because it's a growth related function. So that's why they're 100%. In terms of the roading, that's basically industry standard allocations of those large overall budgets that adapt to growth. So that's how we get the amount, how that's then allocated out to individual developments is another matter. This is purely about how we work out what we are trying to recover through DCs is. So that's why there are these odd amounts. But they are basically industry standard.
Well, sorry, supplementary. I'm not going to go litigate them all, but Oamaru, look at the OWTP extra reservoir on page 95, 100%. Now, we've been told by officers that one of the reasons that these extra reservoirs are being built is to actually ensure continuity of supply and reassure us and the community that in the event of a calamity, an earthquake or something of the sort, we'd have more available supply than we do at the present. Now, that's not growth. That's another reason. And the same thing with the Oamaru water treatment plant. Has nothing in the treatment plant got to do with standards being improved or higher standards being met. Is it all to do with increased demand?
If we increase the capacity of the plant, yes, it is all about demand. If it's maintaining service level, it's funded in a different way. In terms of reservoirs, we have basically run down the capacity of the existing reservoir. So to build a new one is all about essentially dealing with growth, both that has occurred and will occur in the future.
Just on those ones where it's been run down and we're getting the capacity back up, has there been development contributions sitting there that have actually helped pay for that going in? Right, has it already been a contribution?
Yeah, so if that project has been identified, I mean, these are not new projects. I mean, a lot of them sit there for a significant period of time because you can go back and forward. So, yes, it will have been sitting there for quite some time, collecting DCs that can now be utilised to pay for part of the finance part of it, and then we've got the loan for the rest of it that the DCs will contribute to in the future. So, these are, it's almost a 20-year horizon for items that can go into the policy.
So just on that, there's the capital cost, and then just trying to get my head around here. Share of capital costs recovered through other sources. So looking at the Oamaru water treatment plant extra reservoir, $5 million. So that was the cost. Now that's not what's still left to be paid, is it? That will have been already partly paid.
Yeah, so that would have been the total cost of the project again, because it looks back and forth.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Rebecca?
Thank you. Sorry, I might be a bit late in asking this one, but it just sort of triggered a memory when you were talking about only 5 submissions being received. There was some discussion as to whether Mike Collins was actually representative of, I guess, a wider group of businesses in Waitaki, or that was just Business South alone. Was there any follow-up? And I think there was also sort of discussion over there being, at the last time we discussed it, not enough time to check or cross-check other council's policies on it, because it was mentioned that, you know, the application to businesses and that sort of thing. Just, can you refresh my memory or?
With regard to the comments that was made by Mike Collins on behalf of Business South, the comments that were made in that submission exactly the same words snipped from Simon Berry's submission. So whilst it may be representative of wider businesses, it's very much from one person's input into that submission, I would suggest. I have not made contact with them. It's not. Yeah. As far as the other policies looked at, other policies have that I didn't go through all 68 of them. Time hasn't really been on my side, but I did have a look at a few other councils, and I think the mayor also looked at some other policies in the last discussion at deliberations, and they all support taking commercial activity, as said at the last discussion. Some councils will have a structure around that may not require it for commercial. As I said, in Nelson, they did have, and I'm not sure it's changed, but they had a remission that they didn't take for development of residential dwellings down the main street kind of thing, because that's the encouragement of what they were trying to do at that time. Some councils will use development contributions to encourage a particular behaviour, or, you know, to enhance that. So that's where we put through that the multi-unit dwelling one in the last policy review, to try and encourage or support that type of activity a little bit more. But if each policy that I've looked at all requires commercial activity, DCs, it is what growth is all about. So yeah.
Tim.
Just one further quick question that I kind of thought about as Councillor Hopkins was asking his questions. If these projects are loan funded, is the servicing of the loan distributed based on the split that's provided here? So like some of the development contribution would go towards ultimately servicing the loan, or how does that work?
Yes, essentially if there's a loan sitting there, pretty much as soon as the development contribution is received, it'll be used to pay down the capital on the loan. So used to reduce the principal outstanding on the loan.
And if it's part of its rate funding, the part of that project, then the interest for that part accrues and is paid for by rates. Yeah.
So but the interest, like say it's 70-30, would 30% of the interest accrue to be covered off by DCs? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, it's and obviously that 30% will get reduced as development contributions come in. So it's whatever's left will capitalise, and then that just, you know, if nothing got paid, then the next year the development contribution will be more, because it's calculated on that higher amount with the capitalised interest. Okay. Any other questions? Someone like to move the recommendation? Jim T, thank you. Anna, thank you. Any further discussion?
Only just to ask officers to consider those two very minor suggestions that I made to the changes on page 91 and 81.
Yeah, no, it sounded reasonable. Yeah. Okay, with that, we'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against, that is carried. Thank you, and thank you for your contributions on that one, Mandy. Now we get to talk about the adoption of the liability management and investment policy, which is probably a Paul introduction.
Just got the evil finger. I've talked enough. Hopefully this is really simple. I mean, this will need a major review over the coming 2 years, but it's fit for purpose at the current point in time. So it just needs to be reviewed and reapproved each LTP process. So hopefully that's enough.
Questions, Tim?
Thank you. Page 119 or page 5 of the policy itself. I'd just like to make a suggestion, and this is on the back of work that we've done to reduce depreciation. I think as a countermeasure to that, I'd like to see the wording in the first bullet point amended to say debt raised will be repaid over the economic life of the asset, restricted to a maximum of 15 years, but maybe extended to 20, would be my suggestion. Just taking into consideration the sizable difference in total interest paid when you adopt an approach, over a shorter time frame. And under item 2.4, further down, I wondered whether we should add an additional set of wording after that first section under 2.4. So where the bullet points set out the council does not exceed 175% of total revenue, et cetera, and then it might say unless a credit rating is attained, in which case the limits will be, and then set out what they would need to be if we did achieve a credit rating.
I think if we decide to go through the process of getting a credit rating, we will need to redo the policy pretty much completely. So all of that will be captured, because there's a whole lot of things we'll need to change in it to comply with the requirements of the credit rating agency and the provisions of the LGFA in terms of the higher borrowing that we can do. So I think we'd do it all at once rather than trying to do it now. That's what. Sorry, what was the
That's fair.
first question?
The first question was just the first bullet point at the beginning of that page, where it says 20 years and 30 years respectively. Yep. I'm suggesting we change that to 15 and 20 years on the back of us, in some instances, reducing depreciation. I think as a countermeasure to that, we should be more aggressively paying down debt.
Amanda's frowning.
I think the
change.
challenge is it depends on what the interest rate is. Like it's easier to stretch it out over longer and with lower interest rates. But part of the looking at a joint water CCO is the ability, the government's, well, I don't think it's even related to necessarily a joint CCO, but the government's looking at changing some of the requirements around terms and making terms able to be longer, which, I don't necessarily agree with that either. But normally it's been seen that 20 is normally around about the right time for spreading it out, particularly if it's a 50-year asset, spreading it out over a reasonable time without it starting to accumulate too much interest overall. I don't know whether there's some advice that we can get that shows that in a more graphic sort of way.
Yeah, well, we could do some analysis on different alternatives. It's there's spreading the cost longer over the use of the asset. There's reasons for doing that as well. And it's quite a significant change at this point, because we have actually changed some loans over, like taken that bullet point, utilised that bullet point and shifted out to the 30 years, as opposed to historically we had been reining it in, keeping to the 20 years. So then to reduce it to 15 would be quite a significant change, and it's meaning that there's more cost borne on those ratepayers over that 15 years. If you look at the forecasts in our long-term plan, if and when Waters goes to a new CCO, our debt levels are quite low anyway. So when you spread them out, the interest cost isn't that significant. So the difference of 5 years isn't that material with the low debt levels that we're looking at in the later years.
So I think, the concern is the LTP that we've just worked through is based on based on this policy and those two assumptions. So yeah, I think our concern would be if we made a change now, audit would pick that up and want to see that reflected back through the LTP document. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think if officers can find some reports or economist narrative around that, be good to understand where that's sitting. That helpful, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-term point in itself. Like, so if it doesn't get solved today, that's fine. But I think we need to do the analysis on, well, this needs to be looked at in conjunction with our approach to depreciation. So, I just want to flag that I think the analysis in this space is a key part of that.
Just on Tim's other point, the net debt will not exceed 175%. I wonder if we can actually have a note there that just says, that can be extended to 280, whatever it is, if the credit rating is applied for, but that also requires a rewrite of the document, something like that. Just so we acknowledge that
I would certainly had a comment like that.
Yeah, thanks. Jim?
Yeah, oddly enough, I alighted on page 119, bullet point 1 as well. I think intergenerational equity, I get the logic of paying the debt off more quickly. I accept the incremental cost of extending loans or payment periods. But in my view, if the economic life of an asset is 50 years, for the sake of argument, then arguably so should, on the basis of intergenerational equity applying, then that asset should be paid for in 50 equal quantums. So my suggestion for bullet point 1 was generally restricted to a maximum of 20 years, but may be extended further based on economic life of asset calculations. However, in as much as it's been agreed that any such change would impact on the LTP at the moment, I think that all we've established is that 2 of us are actually seeking to refine that. I do have a couple of questions. I have a comment on page 123 and 124, but the 2 questions I have on page 121, there's a reference to the Finance and Corporate Development Group Manager. Now, I thought that
we fired him.
Sorry,
we fired him.
Well, exactly. That's my point. So
title change.
That needs to be changed. And also on page 127 of the agenda, there's a reference to the disaster fund being set at 10 million. But I think at the moment it's only about $1 million, and I think we have voted, possibly a previous council has voted to reduce that original quantum down. So am I correct in that, or is it still officially 10 million?
Well, it's 10, but it doesn't need to be all cash. So we have basically allow for that when we look at our debt facilities.
Oh, okay.
It's still accruing interest, or yeah. Okay.
If I may, Gary, just the comments on, my comment would be on pages 123 and 124. Under 4.3 general policy, we say that council recognises that as a responsible public authority, any investments that it does hold should be low risk. And yet I think that if you look on the next page, 4.8, property investments, council seeks to actively develop its property holdings, is not a proper passive player in the market. There are implications in there that we would be, also that we have to achieve an acceptable rate of return, which might not necessarily in every instance be a low rate. And I do think, I know Mr. Palmer said this before, that we need to start having, if you like, a fund that generates more income. And somehow I think we need to have our finance policy needs to identify the fact that there might be a segment of our investments that are not low risk. And in the same way that people might opt for a high risk super scheme rather than a low risk one,
maybe we should be actually overtly saying we're going to consider doing the same thing with an identified percentage of our investments.
Well, I'm sure the chief executive will add to this, but I suppose all it's saying is council's default position because of its nature is low risk. So moving away from that needs to be a very specific decision with the risks considered when you do that.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was going to say, that we do it deliberately by considering a commercial strategy of some sort, which highlights the risks and makes some deliberate decisions about what you're going to do, and then would seek to amend this policy appropriately depending on what you agree through that commercial strategy.
Thank you.
John.
Yeah, I just came on the back end of the conversation, but I'd just like to back Tim on what he's saying, that the sooner you pay down debt, the sooner you can use those funds to pay for other things. And whether it's a short term, in 15 years, you probably pay 1.5 times for it anyway, and the current interest rate. So if you can knock that off sooner, I think the number that's there as a guideline, it's not you have that time too. If you can knock it off sooner, then it's advantageous to everybody.
Yeah, I think it's one of the levers we've got. We've got to be mindful that most of the time the way that we pay it off sooner is putting rates up. So it's countering, trying to get the balance between the right length of time and the right level of rates. But yeah, at high interest rate times, it's definitely worth paying more off if you can. Right, anything else? Someone happy to move that we adopt a policy? Jeremy, thank you. Seconded.
It will be with amendments as agreed.
Yes, with amendments as agreed. Thank you, Tim, seconding that. Any further discussion? Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That is very much carried. Thank you. Right, now we're going to go to the wonderful topic of fees and charges for the coming year. And we've got Andrew here for this one, is it? I thought you might, because part of this is related to your activity, but who's leading this one off? It's going to be you, Mandy. Okay.
Thank you. So this is just to set the fees and charges. Whilst we do set some fees and charges through the year under law, we try and coordinate it all as our part of our review of our annual plan or long-term plan process. Whilst there is no requirement to adopt this prior to 1 July, we do have certain communications that we send out to our community to let them know when fees and charges are going up. We try and give them sort of a month notice on some of those fees and charges that are changing. Basically, from the feedback received through the submissions, we received 654 submissions, and a lot of those made feedbacks directly to the fees and charges. The feedback was generally supportive of user charges. They appreciate that, if the users that are using that service aren't paying for it themselves, then it is going to impact rates. And it was, really good to get that feedback from the community to affirm that what we're doing is, some of the feedback was, things go up, we understand fees and charges have to. So there was a really good general understanding around the community of the importance of setting these to the appropriate level. Following the feedback, we haven't reviewed any feedback through submissions. We haven't reviewed any of those fees and charges as a result from that. There was nothing that directly required any changes to the fees that we went out through on consultation. However, for your information, we have since looked at 3 fees in the schedule to change. One of those, and just want to draw your attention to that so that you understand why these are different to what we went out at consultation. One of those is in regard to the Dunback Domain camping. We're simply on that one, we've just aligned the camping season to the Lakes District camping season and the fees for the camping season in line with the Lakes District camping season. And that was done at request of the Waihemo Community Board or in discussion with the Waihemo Community Board. And then the other 2 fees that have changed since consultation has been 2 of the building fees on page 151, right at the bottom, the linking of titles and the notice on certificate of titles. They've just increased proportionately. There's been an increase in the LINS fee. So that increase in the LINS fee that they charge us has increased proportionately to reflect that increase that we have to pay back to LINS. So they've been the only changes that have been recommended since going out from submission. But the rest of it there was no comment through that submission process that led to any other requirement for change on what we went out on.
Okay, I'll just lead off with a few wee questions. The Wahimo Centre. Page 138. It's the first three things there: the typing and fax costs. Like, do we still actually do that? Like, is it an in-demand sort of service?
Probably not highly in demand, but it is requested. So we offer that, it is something that we put in there because we are requested that for different things, particularly photocopying, and that maybe when people want copies of property files, if they aren't coming into town, if they go to Wahimo, they will ask for that there. So yeah.
Yeah, I can understand photocopying, but yeah, faxing, is it still a thing?
I haven't tried myself lately, but
just on the Dunback domain, and acknowledging, I believe the NZMCA still leases the building on the domain. Is there still the ability for their members to stay at the domain any particular time? Or is it going to be closed off for that period?
I think from discussions we had recently, I don't believe there'd be any implication. We'd need to look into that further and come back to you on that.
Just something to check.
Sure.
And whatever happens. So, the other was we had a request, I think might have been the community board, for the mill domain to be opened to as Parkover Place for NZMCA members as well. I'm not sure whether anything was done around that, but it certainly helps because it puts more of those people into the Palmerston Township a bit more. So if it hasn't been looked at, just ask whether staff can look at that. Doesn't have to be agreed today, but something that would be helpful, I think. And no, that'll do me. I'll share it around a wee bit. I'll go to Jim and then John.
Just a reminder, Mayor Kircher, that if we opened up the mill domain, we will be competing against the Ardley Golf Course, who currently their facilities are used by camper vans, etc.
Okay. Wasn't aware of that one, but yeah, again, it's a wee bit out of town, isn't it? So something for the community board maybe to chew over. Be good if there was a desire, then it comes from them. John.
No, it's just a general statement, really. We must recover costs. I understand that, but do not forget also the ratepayers' costs have also increased, and they have no way of recovering theirs. So, any charges we make, any costs we should have to increase, should be put under the microscope. The fallback should not be increased fees, but probably should ask ourselves why they're increasing and how we as a regulatory authority can reduce that cost that we are required to provide. There's no other shop you can go to. You've got to provide the right one. So I think, I keep talking about cost plus, but I think we've just got to take a really good hard look at ourselves and what we're providing, and perhaps do we need to provide some of them.
Are you referring to anything in particular, Councillor McCone? Jim.
Yeah, look, very quickly, some questions and some suggestions. I'd principally suggest on page 137, I'd like officers to look at the possibility of incentivising the 10 swim concessions and the family passes. So whereas I understand the rationale for the charge per swim, I'd like to see, rather than us increasing the 10 swim concessions and so on, I'd personally like to see us either keep them at the level they are currently, or even reduce them a little to incentivise that kind of larger quantum of use of the facility. If you go to page 147 of the agenda, I'm just curious to know if somebody can explain to me. I apologise if I've asked before, but the very last item on that page section 226 certificate that suddenly comes in at $600. Equally on page 151 of the agenda, there's a couple of quite substantial reductions in charges for digital applications from 152 and so on down to nothing at all. And if somebody could explain that. And finally, on 157, I probably would put this question as much to the rural elected members as others.
50% increase.
With regard to the working dogs, would rural members favour some? I accept there may be a need for an increase, given that current registration fees are only covering 50% of the costs. That said, is everyone comfortable with that fee going from 26 to 39?
I think they are.
No, definitely not. It actually goes back to Mayor Kircher's point about parking and us gathering revenue. I've been privileged to sit on the hearings committee for the last triennium, and I haven't seen a farm working dog appear before us for any misdemeanors in that time. To justify a 50% increase, I would like to know what workload that those rural working dogs actually generate for council, because I think this is just another scurrilous grab for money off the rural ratepayer.
Which is why urban representative.
Yes, Mr. Cook.
We better order some tea in, I think. The dog policy sets out the split. We set the highest rate, and then the current dog policy determines the discount that the others get. We can work the other way. You can set the working dog fee, and that would set the others backwards, and then you just increase the rate subsidy. We've looked at the resource, we've looked at the budgets, and that's where we've arrived, and we've had many conversations. So
we have indeed, and this is going to be another one. Rebecca.
So I just continuing on the topic of dogs, it was my understanding that when we revised the policies recently, that the selected owner assessment was only going to be chosen at random. Or am I barking up the wrong tree? I don't like. I'm sure Councillor Blackler, moved something like that. I'm just wondering whether this reads that it is for everyone every 3 years, or weren't we moving to a more random assessment?
So, dad joke of the year goes to Rebecca, and now Mandy.
So I'll work through some of those items that Councillor Hopkin has raised, and all of those items that he has raised, we have discussed multiple times. However, with regard to the 10 swim kit concession, we've discussed it in the past. The pool does some incentives around trying to encourage kids free swimming lessons. They do a give a gift every annual thing. You may recall us talking about that. I think Leah brought that forward. And to try and get kids to actually, to giving those gifts of things, it's actually hard getting kids. So the level that they've put there is, is fair for costs and everything. And we try and encourage people to participate wider ways than just through that concession fee. But it does need to be reflective of the costs of running that service, and without deterring people. But we do have that give a gift service that people can donate to each year, which is giving gifts for kids to participate in swimming lessons with concessions there. With regard to section 226 on page 147, that's a deposit only. So it's basically been readjusted to align with what the minimum kind of cost is. It's previously at 400, is it deposit only, going up to 600. Yes, I knew with my voice continuing, it would start to remind you of those songs. With regard to that, the question you had on page 151, that was quite a complicated one, but due to the pricing structure, it's with the new modelling that they've got in, and probably maybe Mr. Cook can speak to that a little bit better than myself. but it's fairly self-explanatory there. It's just a fairly complicated base that works with the new model that we have to introduce as a requirement for. Yeah, so we've got the seed basis for charge is a new way of charging it. Yeah. So then you went to, I think it was the dogs, was that correct?
You went to the
And
dogs.
yes, we have discussed those. We had a lot of discussion consultation on that. We looked at a lot of different models and a lot of different structures on the best way to structure that. We landed at a structure that we went out with, and it was agreed by you all to go out with in consultation. That still doesn't 100% recover full user pays, but recovers about 75 to 80%, I believe, which you all felt was the fairest landing that we could have. The increase to residential dogs and the increase to all dogs is right across the board. But we did not have any feedback from any submitters to say that there was an issue with those increases. They accepted that this is a user pays.
I hope officers will also accept it on the last day of voting.
Right, we're going to go back to Jim and then to Tim.
Thank you for that explanation, Ms McIntosh, but I really think you're jerking my chain because I cannot recall this conversation as I would have vigorously opposed it, because what it amounts to is an 80% increase in dog registration over 2 consecutive years. And it is an imposition on the rural ratepayer that they do not create for council. It is simply us trying to balance the books by attacking the innocent when we should be chasing the guilty.
If I remind you of the conversation that was had, I will remind you that you pointed that these are working animals that would be like employing a member of staff. And I relayed that to having somebody work for me. If I owned a restaurant, I would be paying them a minimum wage of at least $25 an hour. Does that recall?
No. I do. I remember it.
I think I do remember the conversation, including, you know, how can we cut the costs back? Because, you know, we used to have one person driving around in a ute. Now we don't. We have much more than that. We've increased the level of service. And, you know, is it something where we think we should look at the level of service?
So you did receive the report on dogs, I think, was it the last council before meeting, where it highlighted this is a service where we're responding to demand in the community. You know, the number of reported incidents. So yeah, we could choose not to respond to the demand in the community and cut back the service, but I think there would be consequences to that. On this particular issue, in terms of the charge, you have a policy, and I think it's going back to the policy, which is that, you know, you want to see you know, the cost of the service recovered from those that use it, no matter how frequently or infrequently they do. And you could change your policy and agree deliberately that you're happy for ratepayers to subsidise the dog owners.
Roger?
Just out of interest, the 2 of the recent hearings were registered as rural dogs.
Neither of them have worked in their life.
Are you reporting a misregistration of dogs?
Tim?
I'm reluctant to engage in this further because it's such a minor matter, but I do want to emphasise that at the time of having the conversation, we wanted to see a breakdown of the departmental costs and the way it's split between rural and urban. And so until we see that, we don't actually know if the concerns being expressed by the rural councillors are founded or not. And so I think it would be really beneficial next time we have this conversation to actually have that information to hand. But I think in principle, I support my rural folk. But I had a question, 3 questions, 4 actually. First one, the swimming pool. I don't recall us seeking to add $1 for the under 5s, and I just think it really disincentivizes people getting their kids into the water and use, like the parent still has to pay the $6.50 entry fee. So take the point about the, you know, the extra cleanup or whatever, but it's not going to cover the cost. It's just adding another dollar for no reason in my mind, no material reason in my mind. Regarding library, museum and gallery, I don't know what the feelings of my other peers are, but I'm pretty sure Councillor Hopkins would be aligned with my thinking on this, that you know, I think we need to see some charging in that space, and in the context of the museum and gallery, especially for non-rate payer visitors, and we know based on the data that's shared with us that the majority of the visitors are out of district. And then I just had a question regarding the sport and event centre. Based on the projected finish time for that project, do we need to have some charging established for that, or will that fall into the next annual plan? I'm just wondering whether we need to cover it off in this one or not to get the timing right.
I'll cover the sports and event centre. I mean, like we'll basically bring through a new bring a paper through about the charging regime when we get closer. As Mandy noted at the start, you don't have, you can basically set fees and charges at any time. We just roll them up as it's one of the schedules we include in the document. So it's just a convenient time to do it, but it's not the only time you can do it. So we'll do that when it's closer.
Yeah, no, that's all good. So is there any other questions?
Well,
feedback?
I'd like to understand if there's an appetite to incorporate some fees and charges, particularly for out of district visitors to the museum and gallery specifically. But I do think there's probably some opportunity at the library as well.
Well,
Okay. Do we have officer feedback directly on that one?
I think if I may, I think we've already asked Chloe to come back to us with a proposal regarding this. I 100% agree with it. I mean, the anecdotal surveys indicate 75% of those going to the museum and gallery are out of town. But I think that's a charge that can be introduced separate to this. I agree with Tim, but I don't think we can actually pluck figures out of thin air today. I think what we can say as a result of this is we want officers to come back within a specified timeframe, perhaps with some specific proposals as to how we might hoover some money from the pockets of people who don't live here but get all the benefits of what ratepayers fund.
Yeah, I think we could ask officers whether they can bring something back on the 24th of June as far as a general guidance on that. We've upgraded the museum. We're going through a major upgrade of the gallery, and you know, whether it's that year we can charge it because of that, we justify some charge at the museum, and when the upgrade's done on the gallery, perhaps that's when we can justify a charge then, when it's fully accessible to everyone. So just ask officers to consider whether that's going to be feasible to bring something back for that. I don't think it's going to make a meaningful difference to the actual budgets for the LTP, but it's just going to look at whether we can phase that in at some stage, and whether it's from the 1st of July or actually later on in the year when there's been more information provided if that's necessary. So officers happy to take that on board? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Someone like to move that we adopt the fees and charges with, do we make any amendments?
Well, I know it's $1, but I'd really like the under fives to.
Okay. So just an indication on that particular aspect, just those who are in favour of removing the $1 charge for under fives. Thank you, and that's carried. Okay. So with that amendment, Tim, are you happy to move the rest of the fees and charges are adopted, and seconded by Brent? Thank you. Those in favour, please say aye. And against?
No. I'd like that recorded, please.
That's carried.
I'd say no as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that one. So we're going to go now to shareholder letters of expectations on page 213. Thanks again, Mandy and Amanda. Okay, who's speaking to this, Alex?
I'll start off and then Paul will chime in, no doubt. So just say shareholder letters of expectations. These aren't any ordinary letters. These are letters that give your direction to the companies you own, or in the case of the Marama Airfield, 50% ownership of. So they're really important instruments in giving direction to the council's companies so that they support the delivery of your priorities for the district and for our communities. So the CCOs are obliged to address the expectations you set out in these letters in their annual statement of intent, outlining how they'll meet them. They should also report on progress with your expectations at shareholder meetings and in their 6 monthly and annual reports to council. So I thought it was worth explaining that in terms of both the the importance of these letters. They're not just a letter of wishful thinking. They are your direction to your companies, what you want to see them do. And interestingly, just for those who may still be watching, I'm not sure there will be any, but this is an instrument that is proposed for any water CCO that we might have, whether it be singly or jointly controlled. It's a major tool to ensure that companies deliver what we need them to do and follow the council's direction. Over to you, Paul.
I think so. So we did have a sort of an informal discussion of these, and then they were put in the review room for comment. Get some limited comments back. I think they've tried to simplify the letters from previous years, really responding to feedback that we had from some of the boards that they felt some of the messages in them were a bit contradictory. So we've tried to make them a bit more directive. And so, and I think I can say that the boards have not been scared about pushing back if there are matters that they do have concerns about. So I think it is worthwhile having that sort of robust discussion, but it would be useful to be able to get these out to the various boards reasonably soon, so they can respond. Incorporate anything extra into the statement of intent, SOIs, that they are due to that you're due to receive at the end of June. So really just welcome any comment, because as the Chief Executive noted, these are your letters.
Councillor Thompson.
I'd like to start on a positive note, of which I finished with dog registration. I'm totally uncomfortable with our letter to Whitestone Contracting on two fronts. In the contract environment, most of the big players will tell you that if they can make a 2% return on a contract, they consider they're being successful. We're asking and setting aims well above that for the company that we own. So that's my first concern. The second one is the conditions and aspirations under 5 that we are asking of the company. I would only be comfortable with adopting that if this becomes part of our tendering process, so that anyone who is competing with Whitestone in that space will have the same expectations and constraints put upon them.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. Number 5, I've put in, if in the letter of expectation, then put it in the procurement policy. If it's good enough for our CCO to be expected to deliver on, then we should be expecting all contractors to deliver on it as part of working with the council. So, yeah, that's, I guess, a support for that. Jim, other Jim.
Look, very briefly, I agree, and I think I think 5 should read in accordance with its procurement policy. WDC expects, etc., or in accordance with its expectations of all those with whom all of its contractors, WDC expects WCL to develop, etc. So we universalise the expectation. As far as the initial point's concerned, if we're going to have the conversation Councillor Thompson moots, then I think we have to have it separate from this. I'm not willing to change the letter of intent or the letter of expectation or what we're asking them. I mean, basically, if he's right and all we can realistically expect from Whitestone is a 2% return, then we shouldn't be owning Whitestone. It's as simple as that. But that's a conversation, in my view, for another day. It's not a conversation for the letter of expectation. I mean, I think we have considered the idea of JVing it, and I think that's something we need to pursue quite aggressively. But I don't think the letter of expectation should be changed on, what if you like, on a whim as a meeting.
Alex, and then John.
So in terms of that section 5, and I would love to see all of that in, more explicit in our procurement policy as well. I think it's implicit in parts. We don't always follow it or emphasise it enough. But I would like to see that when we have procurement resource, we can, we've committed to reviewing the procurement policy further. And we can look at all those as part of that separate process. I think in terms of the financial targets, I think we shouldn't confuse a 2% margin on a contract with the targets that are set in there. And the returning after tax and opening equity of 8% per minimum. The company has been achieving that. It's only achieved it last year, despite the tough environment. And we know from discussions with them that they do have an ambition to grow turnover. And that that is part of their long-term plans to make sure they're more financially sustainable and able to generate a higher return. So I think whilst it's tight out there in the contracting market, they have achieved that in the last year, and we should be pushing them to continue to be competitive.
John.
I did make some comments earlier, but I'd also, number 4, I think that's a two-way street, and they're trying their best, but we haven't actually done a heck of a lot to help them, in my opinion, in the last couple of years.
Thank you. I'll just go to the distributions, and I just note you've put the comma in the wrong place on the 500,000 that you've got there. That it should also be a requirement of any other contractor we use. If it's going to be that sort of high, that high amount. And it's got 400,000 or 50%, whichever is greater per annum. So when you're talking about 50%, is that of the profit after tax and interest, etc.? Yeah. So it just needs to be said. The 400,000 is that's an increase on what was there in the past. Right. Okay. Tim.
Thank you. Just in respect to that distributions section, the last sentence there, the shareholder wants to discuss additional one-off distribution to support community activities. I'm just wondering what that is making reference to.
We have had the discussion, that whether there should be a sort of a lump sum contribution to a potentially community activity, probably the event centre, given the very light debt position that Whitestone carries. But I think that would be really discussed in relation to what are their expansion plans and how they are proposing to fund it. So it has come up in discussions and around this, so I thought it should be included in the letter.
Thank you. I think personally I'd be opposed to placing that kind of expectation on WCL, given, and you know, in the preceding paragraphs, we're expecting them to operate commercially. And I don't feel comfortable conflating the two ideas together personally.
Just to clarify, it's only asking for a discussion, not an agreement. There's not a set amount in there. It's just a discussion.
Yeah, I'm a bit uncomfortable with it, but I'd like this to be board to board discussion that we have. No, there's been some officer to board discussions, and yeah, creating some surprise, to be fair. So I just want to make sure that that we're all in agreement around the governance team that this is something we want to do, and that we enter into a proper discussion if that's what we want.
Can I just clarify? I'm not aware of any officers to board discussions on this, so
okay,
I don't know where that's come from.
Right, John.
Again, as I've commented, I am a little confused. We've got, Whitestone Contracting operates in a pretty competitive business, and the expectations we're asking for them and the returns, and yet we don't have too many expectations coming out of the Blue Penguin Colonial Tourism Waitaki. I think this playing field should be reasonably level if we're asking for the same amount of, I suppose, expectation.
So in terms of Tourism Waitaki, the expectation has shifted that they're not requiring funding from council anymore, so that they are funding themselves as part of that. So the commercial expectations of them have increased as well through this process.
They're funding themselves with a council run or controlled organisation.
Jim.
Yeah, I don't think we should be afraid of discussion, and that's all the sentence moves at this stage. However, to allay the concerns of councillors, possibly the sentence could read, in addition, the shareholder wants to discuss a possible one-off distribution to support, which does make it more conditional than it is at the moment. But in my view, given that we've said all day we want rates down, you've looked at ways to amplify the amount of money to be taken from the RMA fund. I see no particular reason, I see no explicit reason why we should say, no, we can't even talk to them about it. So I'd like to leave it as a notional, as a possibility for us to discuss with them and them to discuss with us.
Just to draw it back to you had a discussion previously on the investment policy and being more commercial and getting more commercial return. This is a commercial entity. A question, why are we thinking about investing in other commercial activities when we're not, willing to push to get the most commercial gain out of something else that we own? This is, the purpose of this company is to deliver a return for its shareholder, which is you, the council, and the community. Hold it on behalf of the community. So it's a little challenge there in terms of, should you not be looking to get the greatest commercial return out of this company? And if you're not wanting to do that, if that's not, what you'd like to do, why do we own this company?
If I could ask this question in response to that, I think we're placing an expectation on this entity to grow and provide further dividends. We've increased from 300 to 400,000 there in the letter, and so by borrowing against, I'm presuming it would be borrowing against the balance sheet to provide a distribution back to council for a non-productive outcome versus borrowing against the balance sheet to help grow the business to achieve the objectives that we've set out for them. There's quite a distinct difference there.
Cool.
Yeah, but it's also, it is about, the returns you want as a shareholder. And, at the moment, it is pretty much 100% financed by retained earnings. So you are effectively investing more and more into this company all the time. And are you comfortable with that? Or would you like to limit your level of investment and let them take on a bit more risk with some debt? Which is, as we talked about, very few contractors will be 100% equity financed. So it's a balanced discussion between these two things, and they are in conflict with each other. But this is having that kind of discussion with the board and coming up with the balance that meets your expectations and the expectations for growth. And I think, that's what I suppose what we picked up in the meetings and trying to capture in this to say, as I said, they didn't feel that the council's objective for ownership were clear enough in some of the previous letters. I think this is trying to make it a lot clearer about why council owns it. And yes, we can even up the playing field with other contractors, but question we've just asked, why do you own this?
Well, there's always been multiple reasons, it might be rhetorical, but it is about the employment, it's about the additional tenderer we have in the market, and it's about having that equipment available in emergencies and other things. So there are multiple reasons. But I think, if we're going to, we need to keep moving on this letter of expectation. I think if we leave number 5 in with the requirements that it has, which are, very positive things for our community, then we state that this will make up considerations for any contracts under our procurement policy. Same thing with any contributions to the community, distributions to community. I know the 500,000 was really just supposed to be 50,000. So, there should be an expectation of what are other companies doing. And I know some companies are doing some good stuff around the community, so acknowledge that. But we should be looking after them because they are looking after our community, not just Whitestone, those other ones as well. John.
Do all these 3 entities have the right to reply once we get this letter?
Absolutely. So while we're trying to do this now is so that they can reflect on it, both in the statement of expectation and then talk to you directly when they present the statement of expectation at the next council meeting.
Okay. So what changes do people want to see?
Well, I've just said in the meeting sentence, I think further away concerns some councils sufficiently at this stage, but we can maybe get. I mean, I don't want to take it out for all the reasons Paul was given.
Oh, sorry, your microphone, that'll be handy, Jim.
Sorry, forgive me. I mean, I did suggest a compromise to that sentence. At the moment, one of us is concerned about it specifically or explicitly. Others may share that concern, but offset against the concern is precisely the point Paul's made. We are continuing to invest quantums of money annually. They are funding effectively 50% of their growth from equity. That's not typical of companies generally, CCOs in some instances. But if that sentence read, in addition, the shareholder wants to discuss a possible one-off distribution, I would have thought that's sufficiently conditional to satisfy everyone. They can come back to us and say, no way, we just simply can't afford it.
Okay, are people happy enough with where it's got to? John?
No, I'd just make the comment, I think there will be pushback and that's up to them to do it and that's what their board's for. But I'd also like to point out that it is a council-owned entity and it's one of the few that is returning a profit. So you just got to be careful what you do.
Thank you. You happy to move with those amendments?
Yeah.
Thank you, John and Jim Hopkins. Thank you. Those in favour of that one, please say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. And we'll move to the next one, which is tourism Waitaki. Right, comments on that one?
Very quickly, oh, sorry, you go.
Brent put his hand up, so we'll go with that.
I did distribute an email around. There's a couple of things on here. For me, just on number 3, I just had another thing there saying, in addition, that we asked that TWO actively engage with Ulster Ocean Trail Managers to ensure marketing strategies are inclusive of the cycle trail and complement existing promotional efforts. Alignment across all tourism-related entities, TWL, A2O and the Geopark is critical to presenting a unified and coherent destination message for Waitaki, was something I'd popped in there. And the other one for me with 6, I think we sort of discussed that we felt it was a wee bit too directive in certain ways, considering that the board of TWL has been sitting kind of in limbo for a short while. So I'd rewritten that assistance with transition matters, number 6. Should the council move forward with establishing an economic development agency that includes visitor management and promotion, we ask that TWL work collaboratively with the council to support a smooth and effective transition. This includes engaging in open dialogue to plan for the potential transfer of responsibilities in a way that maintains service continuity and leverages TWL's expertise. We also welcome TWL's views on how it could integrate with or potentially lead such an agency to ensure that existing capabilities and institutional knowledge are retained and built upon. Similarly, TWL's insights and assistance would be valuable in exploring any changes related to the ownership and management of OBPC. My reasoning for having a slightly different wording in amongst there was exactly that, to reflect the thanks to the board for what they have been doing whilst they've been treating water, and the fact that they've actually are returning and doing things quite well for us within that organisation at the moment. So I'd be really interested to hear other people's views on that.
Thanks, Brent. I think Tim, you've got some suggested changes as well. I'm going to throw them in the mix as well. Okay. Jim?
Well, I support what Brent's proposed. I think it's emphasise and amplifies what's in the letter already. The one very minor change in addition to that I would suggest is under 4 economic development. In order to be consistent with some of the other letters of expectation, where requests or directions or whatever are conveyed to the CCO by the council, by WDC, I think 4 should read, we expect TWL to contribute to discussions and when requested by WDC to provide input.
So it should be we refer to the shareholder and should we refer to the shareholder?
It just, a change of wording, as I've suggested, makes it consistent with the other letters of expectation, that's all.
Okay. Any other comments? Hannah?
Does number 4 cover the discussions that we had during the long-term plan? Just around the EDA and some additional work?
Yeah. It'll just be fleshed out a little bit more in there. Yeah. Tim? Go for it.
If others were in agreement, I'd just suggest on page 220 of this document, the word integrate be changed to elevate. And there was, where's the section we were referring to?
That's the first line on the page.
Trust to elevate.
Yeah, to elevate the Geopark brand, and then three further words as the umbrella into promotional efforts, and just in section 2, where we make reference to the A2O tourism businesses. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy if we're all in agreement that the Civic Trust falls under the banner of tourism businesses, or whether that needs to be listed expressly as well, just to try and pull, like, I think what's trying to be said there is we're trying to pull everything together. So I think the Civic Trust should be incorporated into that section as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be best to be explicit about the Civic Trust. Just in the same way we are explicit about just a couple of other ones. Joe.
Sorry, Tim, can I just clarify, was that in point 2 you wanted that added?
Yes.
The Civic Trust? Yes, yeah.
3.
Oh,
2.
3, just promotion.
No, it was to do with the council tourism businesses, A2O and Waitaki Whitestone Geopark.
3 that I.
for the Civic Trust?
Well, for all of those things that I put in here, in addition, we asked the TWO actively engage with the Ulster Ocean Trail and align across all tourism related entities, TWO, HFO, and I was going to put their table license, Civic Trust.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Kells, that's good.
Jim.
Respectfully, because I understand Tim's passion for the geopark, but I don't believe the geopark is sufficiently advanced at the moment, nor does it have sufficient and widespread public endorsement and support to actually make it the advocate for tourism in the district. Frankly, I don't think geoparks have resonated either with our community or with the New Zealand community more broadly. For a variety of reasons, I don't think either UNESCO or the geopark have managed to sell that concept as yet, which is not to say they won't, but I don't think they've done it so far. And I'm not sure that we should actually shirk or delegate the responsibility for promoting the district to a body that we're not directly funding, and we're not necessarily directly influencing either, or not necessarily able to directly influence. So personally, I would prefer to see the word integrate stay at this stage. It is possible in the future that as a geopark becomes more coherently able to articulate its objectives and its benefits and its appeal, and to indicate that through response and people paying at the door that it's got a service that the public generally want, that could change, but I don't believe it's ready to be changed yet.
Alex.
So I think it seems most people are agreed that there's more to be done around the geopark, and the coordination and the integration and elevation of the geopark, and looking at how the geopark can be a driver for visitors, particularly international visitors to our district. I think the challenge with some of the words you said are around that, making the geopark the overarching brand. The council has, led a process around an overarching brand for the district, which in here we're asking them to, carry as the branding of the district for promoting to visitors as well. That was the intention of that work. And I think, it'd be confusing to say that the geopark is also the overarching brand when we're asking them to, adopt the brand that, and the work that was undertaken on the branding of the district. I think, we need to find a way forward that, has Tourism Waitaki working with the geopark and ourselves and others to look at a cohesive and comprehensive way in which we promote the geopark and integrate it in what we do, rather than it being seen as a, just a part of what we do, and not elevated. I think, some of the words suggested there by councillor Cowles and that, I think by yourself, actually help us do that. But I think there's still more work to be done that would need to engage this council in terms of thinking about what that looks like and where the geopark fits into that overall branding and district motion. And Tourism Waitaki are our CCO that is charged with doing that. And I think we need to get them to report back to us on what that looks like and how that's going to work, so we can be satisfied that we're getting the most benefit from the geopark in terms of promoting ourselves to visitors.
There's an aspiration around the geopark that it needs to be more, there's got to be more site development and progress on that. And I agree, we're not there yet, but I think perhaps there's some wording in there that talks about as it progresses, and basically just trying to think of tying the different things together. So first of all, that they have to progress. Secondly, that they are creating their own visitor signs. But thirdly, that it does incorporate so many other things that we've got, from Alps to Ocean to the heritage buildings and everything else, and it can be utilised as an umbrella. You get to the district and you get the geopark, and out of the geopark you've got our old buildings, and you've got the cycle trail, and you've got so many other things. So I think it's the idea is right, Tim. I think it's just about how we phrase it in a way that says this is still growing, or it needs to grow. I don't think there's been a feeling that it has been growing lately. So we've got to do what we can to help, but as it does grow, it needs to have its place in there. So if officers can, if everyone's happy, the officers look at how they might word something around that. Yeah. No, it's trying to make sure that we cover all those aspects of it. And again, they will choose what they think is actually going to work best. I'm not trying to tell them this is what they must do, but this is some things that we want them to think seriously about. Joe?
Thanks, Mayor. Excuse me. So if I can just clarify, the points that councillor Cowles read out are what we will add to the letter, but the other comments we're not adding to the letter. That's around the changing of the word integrate. No. And adding the civic trust to point 2, because it's now noted in point 3. That's sufficient. Great. Thank you.
I'll move.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read the different parts here. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll move that we approve the letter of expectation to Tourism Waitaki Limited with amendments as agreed.
Okay, thank you. Seconder. Brent, thank you. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. And one more to go. Marama Airfield.
I so move.
Any suggested changes or concerns? Okay, moved councillor Hopkins, seconded Brent. Thank you. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, that is carried. Thank you. Right, very quickly, ratification of council submission on the Otago Regional Council draft annual plan. Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Thank you, Hannah. It has been sent, so I hope you liked it. Those in favour say aye. Those against, that's carried. And this has also been sent, the submission to the Regional Council draft public transport plan. Moving that. Thank you. And seconded councillor Thompson. Okay. No comments. Those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Shall we push ahead? Okay, so we're going back to item.
The next one is Waitaki District Health Services wind up.
Memorandum report, then back to minutes. Yeah, we'll do that one first. Okay, yeah, 7.1. 233. And
You have the chair of the Waitaki District Health Services to speak to us.
Mr. Neil, would you like to speak to this as chair of the Waitaki District Health Services Limited?
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. I'd love to. Look, this is really just to provide councillors with an update of what we have been tasked with doing with regard to the Waitaki District Council Health Services Limited CCO. So as you will all be aware, at the council meeting on 17th of December last year, the council resolved to wind up Waitaki District Health Services Limited. That was on the basis that with Te Whatu Ora taking over the contract for providing services at the hospital, Waitaki District Health Services Limited has effectively become no more than a property management company and a receiver of leases. And so to continue to run it as a CCO doesn't seem to be the best use of either council funds or times going forward. That process has begun. Associated with that process is also discussion around the Waitaki District Health Services Trust. You will have heard Mr. Henderson speaking earlier on that in the public session of today's meeting, and both Mayor Kircher and I discussed the options that we were looking at to continue to ensure that any funds that were sitting in that trust would be made available to the community for health services and provisions as per their original intent. Ideally, we would like to be able to have concluded this by the 30th of June, by the end of the council and the CCO's financial years. The real driver for that is, as you all know, historically, we've had this accounting issue where we've needed to consolidate the the Observatory Village accounts up into our accounts, and it creates all sorts of issues and noise. We've received audit opinion that strongly suggests that should we wind up Waitaki District Health Services Limited, that will no longer be required. That is a significant attraction for us in terms of producing our accounts and achieving audit. So the 30th of June is the date that we were aiming for. However, as with many of these things, there are more complexities than one would assume at the start. One of which being the fact that once we actually lodge the decision or the request to be able to wind the company up, we have to allow at least 20 days for the public to be able to respond on that. And so obviously with it now being late May, the clock is ticking on that. So really that was the purpose of this update, just to let you know what it is that we're doing, what we're trying to achieve and why, the desired time frame and the risk that we may not meet that at this point in time.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, my question is in relation to the information on page 234 regarding the fact that the board of WDHS is also the board of the trust and has the sole discretion to wind up the trust in line with the trustee. I am wondering, however, whether in the interest of transparency and given the high public interest in the fact that this trust and its intended purpose, health benefits for those in the district, warrant us asking the board to report on what it has done or to bring a recommendation to us on that matter. I know it doesn't have to, but whether it wishes to seek guidance from us, as I say, principally to achieve a level of public transparency. I'm wondering if there's an appetite on the part of the board to do that.
So I think, given that at the council meeting of December 17 last year, the council fully ratified signing off on the chief executive having the delegated authority to be able to both wind up Waitaki District Health Services and to make the decisions around the trust in association with the trustees, that there's no necessity for any of these entities to come back to the council requesting approval, but there is absolutely the intent that there will be full transparency around any decisions that are made and the rationale behind them. And I think the openness with which the mayor spoke to Mr. Henderson this morning is indicative of that. There's absolutely no intent for the trust funds to be used for any other purpose than what they were put in place for.
Anyone else? Someone happy to move? We received the report. John, Hannah, thank you. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, as carried. Well done. We got to the end, but now we go back to the start. So page 8, please. Public minutes from the council meeting on the 29th of April. Thank you, Councillor Holding, moving those be adopted. Hannah, Councillor.
Sorry, may I just ask one question?
You may. One.
On page 10, item 6.1, the fourth paragraph says Councillor Thompson agreed to move the recommendations with the addition of recommendation number 5 that affected landowners are notified of the changes where increased and made aware of the opportunity. I couldn't understand what that meant, and I'm wondering if a little bit of additional explanatory language might be warranted.
I think that was to do with where areas of whatever it was that we were talking about were increased, that people were notified about that. I can't remember, was it one of the overlays?
It's attached to order.
So we could just add where was it? Where areas were increased.
Areas or overlays.
So with that minor change, it's moved and seconded. So we'll put that. Those in favour say aye. And against, it's carried. And next line of minutes, the extraordinary council meeting held on the 8th of May. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Look, I just again a question, but I noticed in the agenda on the report 4.1, chief executive is identified by name, the mayor is identified as the mayor, so named. A communications project leader is also specifically named, and yet at the very last sentence in that report, a councillor expressed concerns. And I just wonder why. I thought we'd got rid of that curious business where no one was mentioned by name, and I just thought of everyone. I mean, I'm not sorry. I know the councillor in question is me, but I would argue this if it was anyone else as well. Well, I'm sorry. Look, everyone else. I don't know why we're not identifying individual councillors on occasions when they raise matters.
I don't know that there's a particular policy other than that it's just to keep it relatively anonymous still. But yeah, obviously there's some roles that you mentioned which aren't anonymous. Tim.
I would just support Councillor Hopkins' concerns there, because I read that last paragraph and I wondered whether I hadn't been clear in the concerns that I had expressed, and that it was totally misinterpreted because I'm not aware of who the reference was being made to. So and there's no note of the concerns that that I raised on the day. So yeah, whether or not is that specifically because they were raised when the motion was being spoken to?
Can't recall. I'm not sure. Yeah, if you got a response.
Yes, through the mayor, because the meetings are recorded now and available for anyone to watch to get that level of detail, I'm trying to cut down the amount of detail in the minutes to just pretty much a summary of the discussion rather than who said what, and also note any changes or decisions and actions. So that's my goal in writing minutes, is that I treat the councillor as one body, and then I note decisions that are made by the whole council and views that are held by the whole council rather than individual members. The purpose of that really is just to provide a summary so that in the future, when someone's looking up what happened, they can find when it happened and what was discussed, but then they can go to the recording to get the detail on who said what. So that's my view on it. But if you would like me to change that, I'm open to your views.
So, well, that direction forms part of the changes and improvements we made in terms of governance support. So we did a lot of work around this, which we discussed with you, and probably if anything, what's in there is maybe a bit longer than what I envisaged, and that we were just going to move to record what was resolved by the council. And so the fact that we're getting back into who said what and the details suggests that maybe we need to look at that again in terms of whether we're putting too much in there and whether it's in line with what we agreed in terms of the approach forward. Yeah.
I think in the case of this particular topic, which is, extraordinarily large and important, I think there probably an exception might apply too. I think the expectations around what's recorded and reflected in the minutes probably needs to take into account the weight of the decision being made, in my view.
One thing I've always practiced in the past is I've relied on the mayor to guide me on the level of detail in the minutes. And if there is an item of particular importance, the mayor would usually, in my previous roles, request that I take more detailed minutes. So you're welcome to do that in future if you like. Yeah.
No, good as gold. I'm just trying to find out where it was now. What page was that on?
Page 17.
Right. Lost it. Okay. Right. Well, we can certainly modify that for this one, and try and look at getting a consistent setup from here on. Okay. Now, did we have someone move that one? I can't remember. Was it moved and seconded? No. Someone like to move that with that amendment? Jim H and Rebecca, thank you. Those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. 5.1, recommendations to the Performance Audit and Risk Committee on page 18. Fairly straightforward. Someone like to move? Tim, you're happy to move that as you had originally at the meeting, and Jeremy. No, question. I'll second it. Just second it. Right, Jeremy.
Just in one of the comments you were saying, there's discussion around loan repayment and risk of external loans. Has there been any action undertaken to understand the risk profile and the credit for that?
Sorry, this was with specific regard to the comment around irrigation exposure. Yeah, so Mr. Hope we were looking to arrange a presentation from Kura irrigators for the PAR today, but unfortunately it was their board meeting and they were unable to do so. So we're hoping to make it for the next one.
Okay, anything else? I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Recommendations from the Roading Subcommittee. A meeting held on 13th of May, page 19. Moving that to Councillor Blackler and Councillor Thompson. Any comments? Okay, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, carried. And moving now to the recommendations from the Hearings Committee meeting held on the 12th of May.
If you'd allow me, I'd like to move a slight amendment to what the recommendation in front of us is. Having considered the matter and noting in the introductory paragraph that a site visit by councillors is planned for June the 3rd, I would like to move an amended resolution as follows: that, subject to confirmation following a site visit on June 3rd, 2025, the hearing committee recommends to council, etc., etc.
So with that wording, can you make that subject to email confirmation or something like that, so that
My
we've got a
understanding,
record of?
my understanding is that officers are going to produce the final report to the council. There has been discussion. Normally, the hearing committee chair would write the decision or the report. But in this instance, Mr. Cook has advised that will be something that officers will do. So effectively, there will be a report from coming to council drafted by officers, but I think it's going to, my view is, in the interest of transparency, that we shouldn't predetermine the outcome before we've had the site visit. We wouldn't do that with an RMA hearing, and I don't think we should do it in this instance either.
No, we don't need a resolution at this point. That's just for information.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I thought you were asking us to vote.
No, sorry, I tried to explain that in the blurb that it was just for information because the people who submitted would want to see the outcome.
Didn't read that bit well enough. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do that site visit and then a report will come. Some of the things that were raised at that hearing were things around the rent and what, you know, how much was being paid and what was it being used for. It's a non-competitive rent, so I don't think there's any commercial sensitivity around that, but it would certainly be good to know where the money goes each year and get an understanding of that. So otherwise we'll just get on and on the 3rd of June have that site visit and then look forward to the report. Okay, so noting that one. Right, that's the end of the public part of the meeting, I think. I missed anything. It's been a bit of a long one. We've still got several items in public excluded, so we'll talk about how we're going to deal with those. But thanks very much everyone who's persevered and put up with all of the discussions going on today. As you can see, it's been quite complex. A lot of the discussions we've had and some challenging topics amongst them. So thanks very much for everyone's participation and contributions. And with that, I'll adjourn. Once we move into public excluded, do I have a mover first? Councillor Holding, Councillor McCone. Those in favour say aye. Carried. And thanks very much everyone for watching.